All right, good afternoon, everybody. We still have our procedural bylaw suspended, so we can skip all the formalities of voting and calling the meeting to order and all that stuff. And before we dive into it, though, I just want to flag that Councillor McDonald let us know ahead of time. She's a small scheduling conflict. She'll be coming in shortly. She'll be here as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, let's get started. Mr. Hyndman, did you want to kick things off?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Welcome back to day 3 of our 2025 or 2026 budget deliberations. I'd like to start by first acknowledging the significant effort both by council and administration for the deliberations. We've moved through a significant amount of material, and I wanted to acknowledge the heavy lifting done by council and the administrative team to get us to this point. We're now on the home stretch and really want to dig in today and get to a final decision. Ultimately, the schedule for us is to come back on Monday at the Committee of the Whole, and obviously with your support then proceed on the following Monday on December 8th. But I think a recap of days 1 and 2 to briefly summarize where we stand. I want to reset the room and remind ourselves of the groundwork that we've done over the initial 2 days. Administration presented and council reviewed the operating budget as well as the capital budget. Administration presented a draft budget based on a 3.25% tax increase. We engaged in great conversation regarding the departmental needs, infrastructure pressures, and operational realities. During these discussions, we established a parking lot. These items are the items that council flagged for further discussion, potential additions, or areas where you requested concrete data before making a final decision. Reestablishing this baseline before we move into today's agenda is vital so we can re-anchor ourselves with a starting point for this draft budget. So that's really around the 3.25. As presented in day 1, it was the 3.25% tax increase. I want to reiterate that this number is not an enhanced budget. This is a maintenance budget. It's a figure required to manage the inflationary pressures and meet non-discretionary costs while continuing service delivery at the current levels. It's the baseline cost of doing what we're doing today. And at the end of day 2, council expressed an interest in exploring a tax increase with the specific items that we're going to outline today within the parking lot, which represented a between 4 and 5% tax increase. So in addition from the 3.25 where we started. So really, what is today all about? Today's objective is to go through the parking lot and shift our focus there so we can give you the additional information that we've been working on over the last number of days. And we've reviewed these items. We've prepared the necessary data to allow you to, or put you in a position to make informed decisions. Our process today is going to be systematic. We're going to bring each item forward in the parking lot, identify them individually, give you an opportunity to discuss them, and then make some decisions. But most importantly, we want to state that the tax implication of adding any of these items does add to that 3.25% tax increase that we proposed with the initial budget. The strategic lens as we go through this exercise and the challenge of council today is balancing fiscal responsibility along with the community aspirations. So you're going to have to make some tough decisions today. When we're considering an addition to the parking lot, it's not just about the cost, it's about the value. I think that's something that residents are looking for, is understanding what the value they're getting for these any proposed tax increases. We'll endeavor to link them back to council's strategic plan, to the discussions that we've had in this room. That's something that's really important to me today, is making those connections between anything that we have in the budget and the items that you've identified as we go through this. We also need to ask, does the investment advance council's desired outcomes for our residents and the community? I think that should be a lens that you're considering as we do this. And for the clarity of our new councils, today is big about making those difficult decisions. It's between the nice to have and the need to have, understanding exactly how those choices will affect the final tax rate. So administration is here to support you with the data to make informed decisions. So that's really what today's all about. That concludes just my introductory comments. I can jump into the presentation, but wanted to provide a little bit of time and space if council has some specific questions before I proceed. Okay.
Seeing none, please carry on.
Not seeing any? Here's our agenda for today. So obviously went through the introduction. We're going to review the staffing plan. We're going to review the parking lot and the various items that were introduced. So for the staffing plan, Mr. Blanchette will be come forward. Then I will speak to the parking lot. Capital considerations, Mr. Hubble will be here to chat about those. Then I'm going to talk directly about the tax implications, because as we go through this and you go through the parking lot, it does change from the 3.25% to an increased tax rate within the range that you have expressed your desire to land in. And then at the end, we're ultimately looking for council's direction. And your clear direction and the clear direction of council as a body is what we're looking for. So does anyone have any questions on the proposed agenda? Not seeing any. So again, we're entering the final day and the most important stage of budget deliberations, and we want to, obviously, council identified the increase of 4 to 5% and preferred a maximum of 4.5%. That was part of the discussion. We heard your priorities clearly and responded accordingly. The adjustments reflect the community expectations from not only the budget engagement, but council supported additions and service needs. So there are a number of things that you identified through the budget deliberations that we have specifically included in for your consideration today. And then we have some strategic reductions identified by administration. Council also identified some of those through our discussion. And ultimately what we've landed at as of today is the proposed 4.31 tax supported budget that not only maintains our service levels, but aligns with council's direction and really responds to the community's input. So at this point, again, just always process oriented. We are really at the final days of deliberation. I did mention about the committee of the whole on Monday night. My hope is that by the end of today, we have clear direction from council on what would be the agreed tax rate to proceed with. Obviously finalize that with one last presentation at the committee of the whole, understanding that this is the desired approach, and then ultimately go on December 8th and get final approval and allow us to proceed with the budget we have proposed, and that you can support. And really, as I started when when we started this process, it's really about collaboration. We have done some tremendous collaboration. I thank you for your efforts, but now this is part of going back to the budget principles of passing the baton. This is where we really need council to take the leadership in this and start making some of the decisions with the needs of the community in mind and what you want to achieve in your first year. We are confident that we've brought a very solid budget for you and for your consideration, including the items that are identified through the deliberations. So with that, Mr. Blanchette is going to come up, but I'm happy to just give a little bit of time and space if anyone has questions before Mr. Blanchette's here.
Don't see any. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Blanchette.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Really focused on what we heard and what we need to deliver as administration. Our budget engagement told us that residents want stability, they want to maintain core services and avoid reductions. Council's strategic plan reinforces the same message: clear priorities that require reliable execution. Together, these two signals define where we need to go as an organization. To deliver on these commitments, we need targeted organizational capacity, focused additions that protect service levels and support the priorities Council has identified. I found this interesting quote, and it's the following. It says, "The truth about a city's aspiration isn't found so much in its vision, it's found in its strategy, and it's supported by its budget." A thriving and sustainable community depends on our ability to deliver reliable, responsive services. As Cochrane grows, the community's needs are becoming more complex, and expectations are increasing. To meet those needs, our workforce must be aligned with the service level residents rely on and the priorities that our council has set. The targeted capacity in this budget ensures that we can maintain service levels today and keep pace with what the community expects from us tomorrow. Targeted staffing isn't about growing the organization. It's about protecting the core services that our residents rely on every day. It ensures we meet our safety, regulatory, and compliance responsibilities as Cochrane grows. These are obligations we cannot fall behind on. It strengthens our ability to respond to community needs, whether that's faster service, greater reliability, or improved follow-through. And it improves efficiency by putting the right capacity in the right places, reducing bottlenecks, and preventing higher long-term costs. In short, this targeted capacity allows us to maintain service levels and deliver on Council's priorities responsibly. Each request that we are bringing forward directly ties to a service expectation and outcome. Our approach to staffing is financially disciplined. These are targeted positions only. There's no program expansion in this budget. We prioritize needs based on risk, our regulatory obligations, and the services we are required to maintain for the community. This is, again, not about growing the organization. It's about sustaining a service delivery model that residents expect, preventing service degradation as workloads continue to increase throughout the organization. In short, this is a fiscally responsible approach that protects our core services without expanding our footprint. So I just wanted to bring this slide back up as a reminder in terms of our staffing requests. These FTEs are frontline, they're not management positions. They directly support programs and services residents use each and every day. They protect service levels as our demand grows. They're essential to delivering safe, reliable, community-facing services. And in short, these are frontline investments that protect the quality, reliability, and the safety of services in Cochrane. Council, this slide summarizes why we are bringing this recommendation forward. Across the organization, we are seeing consistent pressure on key services. Things like fire response, enforcement, development inspections, waste and recycling operations, fleet, facilities, finance, and communication. The added FTEs included in this package represent the minimum capacity required to maintain the current levels of service. Again, this is not about expanding programs or introducing new services. It's about preserving what residents already expect from administration. As Cochrane continues to grow, these adjustments ensure we can maintain safety, reliability, and responsiveness across all of our core services. We have grouped the added FTEs into 4 service themes that reflect where pressures are most significant. Emergency and enforcement capacity, which includes fire services, staffing, and peace officer coverage, including seasonal support during our busiest months. Core operations and infrastructure, which includes development inspections, safety code compliance, fleet readiness, waste and recycling operations, and facility support. Organizational reliability and stewardship, including roles that support financial accuracy, occupational health and safety, and our public communication. Last and certainly not least, funding and strategic delivery, where added capacity supports our ability to secure and manage those important external grants that are going to support our growing community. We are presenting this as a unified package because these functions work together to maintain service stability. This is not a position by position decision. It is a coordinated recommendation based on the pressures that we are seeing across our organization. With this direction approved, we maintain fire response times and community safety, visible enforcement and timely peace officer response, predictable development reviews and inspection timelines, reliable waste and recycling operations, fleet uptime for emergency and operations equipment, accurate and timely financial reporting and processing, clear and consistent public communication with our community, and also access to external grant funding to support the growing community. If we do not move forward with these adjustments, we will see predictable impacts, potential for slower responses, reduced enforcement visibility, delayed inspections, increased operational downtime, inability to deal with our citizen complaints, potential for higher overtime, or increased contracting costs. And certainly, last but not least, is the potential for elevated risk to the organization. This direction maintains stability in the services residents rely on each and every day. It reflects targeted, responsible adjustments based on real pressures and the minimum required to maintain current service levels. What we're proposing is a lean, targeted investment focused only on areas experiencing the greatest pressure. This ensures we can continue delivering the services Cochrane depends on every day without compromising safety, responsiveness, or reliability. It's not growth for the sake of growth. It's the minimum capacity required to keep services stable and protect the level of quality residents expect. This approach is responsible, measured, and aligned with both council's priorities and the community needs. And with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Council, any questions? Councillor McFadden.
Thank you very much. So you'd identified, and I appreciate this, it's a lean, targeted approach with the goal just to keep the minimum capacity. I think what I heard from my colleagues in our previous deliberations is there's a desire not to just maintain it, but to improve it. So as we're looking at going through our discussion today, I think there was certainly a desire to increase service levels in certain areas, certainly around parks. Has that been built into the suggested changes?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McFadden, you will see that addressed in our later part of the presentation.
Okay, so what you're speaking to now is the budget that was brought to council?
Correct.
Was very much a maintenance budget?
Yeah, so that 3.25 and those FTEs, all those other considerations will come through the parking lot conversation and then the resource adjustments.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the level setting, just making sure we're all at the same space. And now as we transition into the parking lot, we'll get into the specific items, including those additional resources that council requested. And that's where you'll see it go from the 3.25 to the 4.31 proposed.
All right. Any other questions, council? None from me. Just looking forward to diving into the specific items. Mr. Hyman, you suggested we might take a little break. Was that here or?
Just understanding that Councillor McDonald is on a phone call right now, an important one for her other role with Community Futures. I just thought perhaps even if we took a 10-minute break, then we're going to get into the parking lot. I just didn't want to go too far through the parking lot without all of council. Again, it's council's wish, though. If you would like us to proceed, we're happy to do so.
I would generally support that, but also try to make the most of everyone's time since everybody is gathered here. Were there any informational items in the parking lot that weren't necessarily going to be requiring a decision this afternoon? Because we had quite a few questions. Was there going to be a public discussion component to provide that information back to council that we could get into?
We're happy to get into it, and then certainly if there's different items, again, I just wanted to ensure that all members of council had the same information at the same time. Understand those are perfect circumstances. We're happy to proceed now if that's best. We understand everybody came here, made arrangements. We'll proceed if you wish.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if council agrees, we just go into the oh, here we go. Never mind.
Problem solved.
Problem solved.
I love it when a plan comes together.
We were just discussing as to how we might structure the next 10
All right,
minutes. No problem at all. No problem.
Welcome, Councillor McDonald.
All right.
With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hyman.
Okay.
Thank you to Mr. Blanchette for his presentation, and just for the benefit of Councilor McDonald, we were just really doing some level setting in terms of the process over the last previous 2 days of deliberations, and we provided the proposal or the proposed summary of where we stand with the budget increase, but we haven't got really into the details. We wanted to level set and say this is essentially how we got to the 3.25. And then we'll get into the parking lot and go through the various items. Councillor McFadden just had a question about the additional parks maintenance, and that's part of what we'll be getting into because we've broken that out. However, I'd like to start here and just emphasize that the budget that we brought forward to you very much was that maintenance budget. It's the 3.25%. It's really intended to maintain service levels, cover off any inflationary pressures, really no new initiatives or expansion, and represents the most responsible base without service reductions. Again, remember, we're growing as a community quite rapidly, so that puts additional pressures on all of our existing staff in the different departments. So that's where we started our conversation, and now happy to get into the parking lot. So I think initially when we were going into council's budget, this was on day one, there were some questions about what comprised the public relations budget and how it was broken down. So this is, again, your budget, and happy to provide some additional context. But there is the high school award support, so $800 within there. The State of Cochrane event has a $5,000 budget. The Mayor's Golf Tournament, a $5,000 budget. Council participation in a number of different community events. So yes, that includes and provides some additional detail that perhaps council did not have at the time for that $50,000 budget. So
if I could weigh in here before I turn over to council, the State of Cochrane and Mayor's Golf Tournament has primarily been a thing in the last few years anyways, that has been driven around the mayor. My intent is to try and make nothing about just myself, make it as much as possible about the entirety of council. So if we were to go ahead with these expenses, I'd like to look at a way of doing it that is inclusive with all of council, if possible. Anyways.
And if I can, Mayor, before council starts to, again, administration is looking for your direction in this space. These are events that previously have, and how council chooses to frame them. We're happy to assist in any way we can.
All right, so I shall turn it over to Councillor Federico for a question or comment.
I was just curious, when I read the community association event, I am not sure what that is or what that entails. I don't remember going to any community association events. I'm just curious what that money was used for.
I will have, Councillor Federico, I'll have to get a little bit more information on that specifically.
And I'm not sure, maybe it was like the grant, because I think they received
I believe it is the grants,
insurance.
but again, before I confirm, I'd like the opportunity to just get a little bit more information as we go through the various items. I think as we go through the parking lot, we're going to go one by one and just get some direction from council. So certainly any of the different items, we're happy to have some discussion on.
Perfect, thank you.
And question for council, those two items, State of Cochrane and Mayor's Golf Tournament, would there be a general interest for today's meeting in just renaming those and combining them into a single item, Mayor and Council community event, and then at some point in the next few months, we can figure out what we would jointly want to do together with it, whether it's community update, a golf tournament, or any other idea? Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Mayor. I think I'd be more open to that approach. One of my concerns with the mayor's golf tournament is I certainly always got the sense that it was a very staff-intensive project in addition to the golf tournament. When the mayor's golf tournament first started, it was no cost to the municipality. And things evolve over time, but I much prefer the approach of just creating a budget for council community events, and then as a group we can have a discussion around how we best want to lean into that space. I know I've certainly received a lot of feedback over the state of Cochrane, and how I think certainly what I was hearing, people wanted that to be more accessible engagement than maybe perhaps what it evolved into. So I think just setting the budget and then letting this council as a table decide where we want to lean to it is most appropriate. So I would support your renaming approach.
Okay. Councilor McDonald?
I have nothing to compare it to, but I love the idea of us all creating something together. I think we spend a lot of the time going to separate things and trying to represent Cochrane the best we can, which means we're often not together. So if we did something as a full group, I would be in favor of that.
Councilor Federico?
I agree with Councillor McFadden's take on a couple of those events, and I think that if we're going to have further conversation, let's figure out as a group as to what we want that to look like. Just because we all have various things on the outside that we champion or volunteer for or organize that aren't necessarily included in the actual council budget. So that's kind of my direction of where I'd want it to look at just as a group overall.
Okay, so admin, could we rename that the two items, State of Cochrane, because I'm hearing 4 people up here agreeing, State of Cochrane and Mayor's Golf Tournament, just combined into a single line item that says Mayor and Council event, and early 2026, we'll all put our heads together and figure out what we want to coordinate.
Mayor Nagle, that is no problem. Again,
Okay.
remember this was just the public relations budget, so certainly making that change is not an issue.
Okay, and then we'll just have to remember to circle back Q1 2026.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, so I think Councilor Federico rightly identified community grants that went to support those community association pieces. We've just kept that in place historically. So we would love your direction and advice as to how that other remaining funding could be utilized in the best interest of council's priorities. Obviously, the Light Up Canada Day and Labor Day are significant ongoing investments, make a lot of sense. But if there's additional events that we have done in the past or historically that maybe don't fit with what council has from a priority perspective, happy to support that conversation and figure out where the best investment is for your interests.
Okay. Excellent. I think that's it for that item.
Sure, we'll move on to the next one. So there was a question about special meetings budget, so it's $50,000. This has been broken down, so strategic sessions with council, critical to this group being a new group moving forward. Any of the planning workshops, budget meetings, dignitary visits, provincial minister meetings, regional partner meetings. I think just even the experience through AB Munis and the connections that we've made, this is what that budget's for. So just providing some additional clarity to this. We think this is important for us. Happy to turn it over to council for your discussion.
Councilor McFadden?
So one of the approaches I'd like us to take is to look at what actuals were spent. So special meetings historically, so this was the 2024 year, was 26,000. In this year, we'd budgeted for 45,000. I don't know what our actuals are, knowing that this is an expensive year. But instead of just adding 5,000 to it, I'd like us to maybe, and I just to keep it at 45,000 until we actually get closer to actually spending that. Just from a personal philosophy point of view, I don't want us to just be adding to a budget unless it's closer to what we actually need to spend. So it's minor in the budget that we have, but I'd like to see us a minor reduction there.
No, we don't have a procedural, are you done speaking, sorry? We don't have a procedural bylaw in place suspended, but since an idea has been proposed, and I think we should mirror this process for the rest of this conversation. Since an idea has been proposed, when I turn the mic over to somebody else, please try to speak to that idea if you support it or not, so we can try to get clarity on our steps forwards. So Councilor Federico?
Yes, I agree with Councilor McFadden. I mean, I really have no idea, although we have $50,000 in a budget, I have no idea what these various items actually cost overall. I mean, is it actually 50,000, or if it's only 25, then I'd rather just keep it at that actual amount with maybe doing a slight 2% increase over top of what we're actually spending. If we can maybe just keep track of that over this year, it'd be great to see what we're actually spending for each one of these items. That is within the particular special meeting budget.
Any additional supportive or contrary comments on this discussion? Thumbs up emoji. Another one of those for me, I guess. So unless somebody has a compelling case as to why we're not going to do this, let's just call it 45K plus an
Mr. Mayor,
inflationary
just
adjustment.
some quick additional information.
Sure.
So in 2025, there was some costs associated with the election, and in 2026, there are costs associated with your strategic planning. So I think those are elements that would carry through and will utilize that full $50,000. I would say in 2027 it would probably be a different conversation because we won't have those two large bodies of work to do. I just add that as information for your consideration.
Does that change your positions, Councilors Federico and McFadden? And thumbs up emoji, Councilor Wilson?
I will share that we will need direction from, like, again, it's not like a traditional council setting but getting some majority giving us direction, because certainly if there's one councilor who's very passionate about something, I appreciate that, but getting all of council's direction so we can refine this would be much appreciated.
Okay. Councilor Federico?
I'm fine to leave it where it is for 2026. I would just like some clarity as we go forward for 2027. I mean, it's an additional $5,000, which I get is, you know, still a lot of money, but I'd rather us to really dig into what we're actually spending this year, and then we can adjust accordingly in the 2027 budget.
And if I could just make a comment, Councilor Fiddick, we have made a note of that, and we will track it, and you will see some through the presentation in the parking lot comments on actuals and how we're adjusting.
Councilor McDonald?
Yeah, I agree. I would advocate for leaving it how it is if it is extra work planned for 2026, and then we can take a really close look at the following budget.
Temperature up on the council floor is just leave it as is. All right, leave it as is. Please continue.
So, Councilor Gale, you had a question around porta potty rentals along the pathway and high use areas. Really appreciate this. Again, I believe, and we just wanted to confirm, there was the washroom feasibility study proposed for 2027, and you indicated to proceed. Wanted to bring it back though, if there needed to be more discussion on that, or not put any additions to the budget, but certainly look forward to that washroom feasibility study and sharing that with council.
Councilor Gale?
So I was just a quick question. I saw the figure. I was just wondering if there was a figure for each, I don't know if we need one or two in each park, but could we get a figure for each individual, I don't know, like I said, if it'd be one or two. I'm particularly really wanting to see this in the park by the skate park. It's really high use. There's a lot of dog park users and the skate park users. So that's kind of my main, if possible, I'd really love to see something there, a facility. But again, it's very expensive, and I understand that they're vandalized, so it's not something that would be appropriate for every park, but I would just like to know the figure for just one park, let's just say.
So Councilor Gale, is it just in listening to your response, if we could look within the existing budget to get something to address the skate park, but also just confirm for you separate from the budget what the actual cost would be, just provide that additional information and then you would be satisfied?
Yeah, I think it's a start. I'm really happy to see that some of our big parks already have them. I think it's important, and it's a key part of accessibility as well. So I would really like to see that, and if we could make it work in the current budget, I would certainly be really happy with that. But yeah, I don't expect to have outhouses in every park, and I don't think it's realistic. So,
if I may, through the chair to Councilor Gale, we can absolutely do that for the skate park with the planned operational dollars we have. That's not a major additional increase required or an adjustment.
okay.
Thank you.
I'm happy to hear that. That's my main one for now. for now.
And do we have support among the bench to further explore that? Anybody, Councillor Singh? Okay, anybody opposing it? Sounds good. Move forwards.
So Councillor Singh, over to you. You wanted to look at water station on the main floor of the ranch house. So again, we have operational funds from 2025. It costs about $5,000. So Mr. Hubble and his team are already looking at it. So we're happy to do this, not including it in 2026 budget. So again, want to bring these items back. Appreciate your interest in this and the benefits that it would bring this facility. So hopefully that's satisfactory for you. I'll put it back to council if you have any other further comments.
Councillor Singh?
My reason for asking this question or this ask was, are we operational in summertime? Will be keeping it long over the weekends, or so that people would be able to use, or public should be aware of that there's a water station if anybody wants to come have a rest or take a break while they're hiking from Sunset all the way to ranch or use the washroom in the meantime. So at least they have that opportunity. So.
Councillor Singh, I think that's a bit of a larger question that we would have to explore in terms of operating hours, but certainly through the deliberations, we heard the interest specifically in the water station. We felt that's step one. The team can take this away and explore summer operating hours. Again, there are some cascading implications to something of that nature, though.
I think it's a good start in there, yeah.
For clarification, is the intent to try and make a public rest stop out of the ranch house, or is it for people who are already using the facility as staff and people in the event spaces having access to water?
I would say start with the people who are already using it, and also like on the day-to-day basis, like if hikers come Monday to Friday, they come to see the space, they usually ask for, hey, where we can get water, and if, let's say, building is closed or on the weekend, at least they have the accessibility to access the water, especially in the summertime, because it's hot, like 28 degrees, 30 degrees, there's no water accessibility, like right from Sunset all the way to the historic ranch site. So yeah, there'll be a little stop in there. But whatever council decide, please.
Okay, Councillor Federico?
I'm curious as the difference between having something internal on the main floor versus like a water fountain on the outside that then could just be accessed by anybody any time of the year. Have we looked into what a water fountain would cost rather than looking at a water station?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, I think we just looked at the water station. We have the water bottle fill stations in the renovations that we've done in the building, and just having something on the main floor so when people are visiting the building, they have an opportunity to fill up. In terms of going outside and doing that, again, we're looking at additional costs, especially if it's something that you've got running through all year round.
Yeah, I'm just curious what that cost would actually be, because I think a water fountain makes more sense to me having it on the outside, where then there's no operational cost, there's no reason for somebody to come in and everybody could have access to it. So I guess I'd just be curious as to what that is. I'm neither here nor there on having one on the main floor, just more that if we have one that's accessible, but I think it would make more sense to have it accessible outdoors.
Any further comment?
Again, this is where it's just evolving. I think the big message that administration had is that we can accommodate the indoor portion within this year's budget. No budget implications for 2026. We'd be happy to explore if there's also a need for something outside. Again, I don't get these types of requests, but I would look to the team, and I don't think that we've had a lot of requests for an external water fountain at the town at this point.
I think you captured that quite accurately, Mr. Hyman. If we were to look at more of an external water bottle filling station in the future, that would most likely come forward in the form of a capital request. The dollars would most likely be significant from that perspective. There's a significant amount of plumbing and electrical that needs to be run for something like that. So if that is the will of council, we'd be happy to bring that forward in the future as a future capital ask. But we can absolutely accomplish the $5,000 for the internal this year.
Councillor Wilson?
Thanks. I don't mean to be a stickler here. It's such a small ticket item, but $5,000 just seems ridiculous to me. In our council room behind us here, we have a bottle of water that we fill our cups up with. I propose we just stick one of those near the front entrance. Same thing accomplished. It costs us $100. We move on. Would be what I'd like to see. I don't need to see anything with plumbing involved personally. I don't think that's the best choice here. Very small item. I don't feel super strongly, but that's the way I would go with. I were choosing this item, so I would remove this and just plug another bottled water dispenser out in the hallway.
Mr. Hyman, do you care to comment? Was the idea a water fountain for $5,000, or is this the cost of maintaining a Culligan station?
For the clarity, it's the water bottle filling station. I don't know if people have been upstairs or at the airport, they have and you can just put your bottle underneath it, will fill it. Certainly we, as I said, installed 2, just based on everybody going to the kitchen and just having that. It's been very successful on in the 2 areas in the ranch house, but this is specific to what we're looking at. If we wanted to have a water bottle or dispensing or a vending machine, there's also other options as well. But again, we're just trying to respond to the inquiry that we were presented.
Okay. For my opinion, I tend towards Councillor Wilson's thinking. This definitely sounds like the type of thing that could have sticker shock effect in the community. Say, hey, I can think of better ways to spend $5,000. So that's 2 of us would prefer a cheaper option. Councillor Singh, how do you feel about a cheaper option?
Anything which serves the purpose, $100. If it serves the purpose of water, go for it. Yeah.
Again, if you would like to leave it with us, we can, again, it's not intended to be in this year's budget. We can explore options, move forward, and present something back to council, but based on a similar type of water bottle filling station that we've put on the other areas of the ranch house, we thought that would be a suitable long-term option.
Okay. Councillor Gale?
I really appreciate the idea, and I think that they're awesome inventions, but I think, yeah, I'd also really like to explore more affordable options. I think 5,000 is a little bit of a big price tag for something like that. But I do agree and see a need for accessible water at that location. So I would be really interested and curious to see what could be done that doesn't cost $5,000. So, yeah.
We're happy to do that for council, and we would bring something back perhaps early in the new year. Again, this isn't focused on the 2026 budget, so.
I would probably deem something like that to be an operational matter. It doesn't need to be coming back, so.
Okay.
Councillor McFadden, did you have something else to add?
No, I was just offering up like just a vending machine. People can stop by and, yeah, whatever. But again, I leave it in your hands to solve in an affordable way, the way for folks to get water.
That sounds great. If we can go to the next item, we'll get into some more significant items. So,
Okay. All right, please carry on.
Councillor Federico, you had asked specifically about the mechanic contracts, so we have the position in here. So there is over the average year spend is $248,000 for some of the external contracts. So that's where we felt that bringing the in-house second mechanic. This is just cost when we actually look at what the benefits for us operationally would be. They're also significant. From right now, we currently have many pieces of equipment, and having one person and that person is sick, there are impacts, or there is a late evening. I thought Mr. Hubble provided a great example through the deliberations of we have a piece of equipment that is damaged late in the evening. We have an opportunity to have people who can come in and provide some assistance on those to get the equipment back on the road. So we believe just cost alone, but when you put it all together as a complete package, that this is why we included it in the budget.
Councillor Federico?
I appreciate the breakdown. Also, it definitely looks like a cost-saving measure, which I also appreciate by bringing it internal.
All right, any further discussion, or can we carry on? Looks good, thanks for the information. Please keep going.
All right, also under resources, there was what is the full-time cost for 2 additional peace officers. So there is the $276,000 cost, and it is included in the current budget. So again, just wanted to clarify this information. And again, I think there was, through Mr. Blanchette's presentation, the benefits that it brings our community in terms of community safety are significant. So happy to have further discussion.
Okay, not seeing any lights, but I would certainly reflect that during the campaign, I heard from a number of people, while I was out in the communities looking for greater enforcement, whether it's dogs pooping on the grass, or speeders, or noise complaints, or littering, the list goes on. Councillor Federico?
I'm fine with the amount. I would be curious, though, if we could get, I think that over the past couple years, or at least my experience has been a little fuzzy on the fines and what we're actually collecting. And if we can start to do a lot more tracking on, you know, what they're pulling in from traffic enforcement versus perhaps like bylaw infractions, like loose dogs and things like that, I think it would better help me understand the need when we're going forward, when we are asking for more officers. I understand that their job is to be more on the proactive side than the reactive. However, when I do hear complaints that people see officers sitting out there and the same problems in the same locations continue to occur, then I have some questions on what's going on with the enforcement of those areas. But I think we spoke to that during the process during budget anyways.
Thank you. We're happy to bring forward the reporting as we move forward and provide some further information on this. I would also note council was all there when we met with the RCMP and the additional resources that we're expecting from the RCMP. So you put the 2 additional peace officers with the other RCMP resources, you will see a noticeable difference in our community next year.
Excellent. Any further conversation? Let's carry on.
Okay, this is one that we're really proud to bring forward. A number of members of council spoke about the additional seasonal parks maintenance staff. So we can add 4 resources to the complement for $68,000. This will provide our parks team with additional help, and our intent would be to see better results in the parks as you had shared.
Same comment for me. This one came up in the election at a number of doors. Anybody else got a comment? Councillor Wilson?
Just a clarity one, 68,000, that's 4 seasonal or that's 1 seasonal? That was
4 seasonals.
Great, okay. Sounds like a good idea to me.
If there's no dissent, let's carry on.
All right, Mr. Mayor, this was one that you were quite passionate about through the deliberation, was the future capital needs and preliminary cost estimates that support planning. So we looked at adding a resource. The cost is about approximately $160,000 benefits. The intent of this is to continue to develop our team and develop that 10-year capital plan and the clear picture for this group to understand the financial needs as we move forward. So we've included this within our proposed budget, and just happy to open this up for discussion.
Councillor McFadden?
I really like this position. I think we've certainly seen, as we're doing projects, how much it's appreciated and how much more efficient projects are delivered when we have the sufficient resources to apply to the work. So this one has my strong support.
And Mr. Heineman, would you say that this role will help us get our offsite levy bylaw updated faster, which will help us collect more money from growth?
I think it's, Mr. Mayor, if I can, it's an additional resource for an under-resourced group. So I think it's going to help with both the 10-year capital plan, our fiscal framework, our capital projects team. I just think it's a much needed resource. So again, I don't want to go into the specific project and say offsite levies, but I think there will be some additional capacity, and then Mr. Sulo perhaps has some additional time to assist us. Again, he's been here for the past 6 months and been a tremendous addition to our team, but getting some additional resources for him will only help.
Okay. Anybody have any dissenting comments about this one? Councillor Wilson?
Only the cautionary one that at the end, we're gonna have to, I guess, I don't know if we make those decisions or if administration ultimately does. I'm never sure about that during budget deliberations, if my job here is to just give a percentage and then turn it to administration to decide what positions are funded and which aren't, or if I'm supposed to choose between them. It's kind of, it's
And I'm
blurry.
happy to answer that question. I think what we were, and I tried my best over the deliberation period, is what are the outcomes that council is specifically looking? And that's how I'm trying to frame this as well. And our team is the outcome we heard is the capital projects, the fiscal framework. We want that to occur. And that's an outcome that we want to see sooner than later.
Yep.
In order to achieve that, we have said this is the resource that we have identified. I want to be very careful that this is what we had talked about through orientation, is the distinction between operational and the governance. You guys tell us what you want to see included, but not specific to picking individual positions. I think that's certainly what we're trying to come to you, and I appreciate that gets a little blurry when we're talking about individual positions, but this is, hopefully that provides a little additional clarity.
Okay, thank you. So this is also an area of priority for me. I'll be speaking to holding the line on the actual budget number, so if those two things can be true at the same time, then that's my opinion.
Noted. Anybody else? All right, yeah, I'm very in favor of it, as I have shared previously. Please continue.
So this is through some of the conversations and email correspondence that I have had with Councillor McDonald. I'm going to provide an opportunity. Consideration of adding a risk mitigation compliance environmental staff member really focused on environmental protection. We have a number of different resources, but it is off a number of different desks. We have done some preliminary research to include this within the budget. There's the associated cost, but I would like to provide Councillor McDonald with an opportunity to provide some of the context that she had shared with me and also the rest of council.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. So late last week, during budget deliberations, council received an email from a very active community member advocating for a permanent dedicated position who would handle the environmental regulation and compliance pieces of our development and our ongoing work in the community. That brought up just some big questions in my mind. And then I, in working with our interim CAO, learned that this work is happening where possible off the sides of people's desks currently, and that we do have concerns about what potential environmental compliance work just isn't being done. So I just want to advocate to council that I think we're witnessing right now the amount of risk that we're exposed to in this area with the Bow River incident. I think it's our responsibility to be protecting our waterways and our natural environment. I think our residents have been very clear that Cochrane's natural environment is a significant factor in why they want to live here and why people continue to love living here. Our development, we're all watching it. We're all experiencing how quick it's moving. And I think our efforts to stay relevant and stay on top of environmental regulation need to advance at the same rate that our development is. And I think the final thing I'll say is that this is an area where we need to move from reactive to proactive in any way possible.
The only thing I would add as well is we have the task force that's recently been established, and through that task force, there's been some desire for additional resources through Ms. Ambrose. There's been a number of requests to her and to administration to have resources within the organization dedicated to the environment regulatory compliance. So open it up for council's discussion though.
I'll turn it over to Councillor Federico, and then I want to respond to, I want to personally respond to what Councillor, Mr. Hyman just said. Federico?
Yeah, this one interests me because I too hear a lot of the same comments. Just curious if this is a better position to bring, kind of in-house as opposed to a contract type of position, and I'm not exactly sure. And I also don't know, I know that we have, things like the wetland policy and things like that, but do we actually have policies that from an environmental standpoint need some updating, that perhaps if we were to bring in a resource that they could take a look at maybe some policies that are needing some different verbiage or a look over?
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Fideko. Just to be very clear, this would be an in-house resource. And then the responsibilities would be quite broad in terms of course, you bring up wetlands, some of the wetlands concerns that have come from our citizens. There's an opportunity for policy development, for regulatory compliance assistance with our capital projects, regulatory from Ms. Robertson's area. So again, we see this as a important opportunity for us to explore. So.
Yeah, I was just curious if you, and I think you're right, I see the value more from an in-house position, but of course when you bring people in-house, it's not like it's here for a year. It's an ongoing resource on, future budgets. So I'm just curious if there's something that perhaps in the meantime, we could do a contract position to start and then look at, if that's something that is, a valuable resource that we look at adding this into the 2027 budget. Only because I think at the end of the day, we all know money is tight, and how are you going to eventually bring costs down is by looking at operational efficiency in every single way that we can. And so rather than just hiring a resource right now with perhaps limited idea of what they would actually be working on in the scope that they're working on, perhaps it's contract now and then built into a full build-out position into the 2027 budget. Maybe that's just my ideas right now.
Mr. Hyman, can you speak to the logistics of that?
I think one of the things that's important, and Councillor McDonald spoke to it, is just the risk mitigation. I think we're doing more capital projects. There's more demands on us. There is significant growth. We've heard from the community and any of the engagement that we do how important the natural environment is. I think this just demonstrates to the community that we have a clear commitment to achieving that. You've heard that with a number of people who've come to council in the past, whether it's for a specific application, whether it's the wetlands and the willows or other proposals. So I truly think there is benefit to this. The one thing I would say for council though, I appreciate we're starting to add, and there's concerns about, well, what does this mean? And we're going to get to the 4.3. There are other things that we've got within our presentation which provide some context, because it's not just all additions. There's some other items, but I do think this is an important one. In terms of the contract, contracts, yes, do provide some benefit, but I think in terms of recruiting a resource and building capacity within our organization and having a strong environmental regulatory focus would be something that would not only be supported by many in the community, but put us in a better position to meet the needs and of the community moving forward.
Yeah, and if I can add in what I wanted to say was with my participation with the Natural Environment Protection Task Force, one of, if not the leading theme among the entire group last year with my participation was that there's a lot of areas in Cochrane where things are not being done or enforced properly. And I think that conversation is in large part what has driven this. It's not the only thing, but one of the most important areas of that conversation has been Fire Smart. And the task force didn't just meet here either. Each of the members went out and individually toured the sites, looked at the forests, looked at the waterways, and the group was seriously concerned about the way Fire Smart's being administered, and essentially our forests are being gutted. And the task force was of the opinion jointly that it was not being done properly. So there's damage being done to our forests and natural areas that is not in alignment with the way the policy is supposed to be done. And so just for confirmation, Mr. Hyman, can you comment on to how this role could assist in the proper administration of the Fire Smart program?
Yeah, there would be an opportunity where there, again, when we bring someone in, is someone going to be a Swiss Army knife and be able to cover off every single area of the natural environment? Likely not, but having that, there would be some oversight or additional expertise that they could provide to us as we're navigating challenges like that. But I want to be very careful that I do think this is important, but when we do ultimately, if council supports it, recruit this position, we want to be very specific about the scope of their work, and they're not going to be able to do everything. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Is
If
that your
I
way?
may,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Mayor, when we look at some of these positions, this one in particular that ties to the legislation and different acts coming out of either the provincial or federal, which we need to make sure that our capital projects align with. Some of those changes in that legislation happen in a background that we don't have the current capacity to stay on top of. And so we are relying on contractors who are doing our capital projects to make sure they're up to date on those. Ultimately, though, as we know, that is the town's responsibility. And so without an additional resource to spend the time and understand when changes are being implemented and how those will impact our capital projects, we run the risk of being at the mercy of consultants who may also have that particular gap and not knowing when that legislation has shifted. And that liability absolutely lies with the town. So this would certainly give us the opportunity to make sure we're on top of those things. Policies drafted in conjunction with those things, and review of contracts to make sure that our consultants and our contractors are completely up to date in their application of any new changes to legislation.
Okay, and before I turn it over to Mr. Blanchette, just to clarify your response to my question, Mr. Heineman, so I was hoping this role could help administer Fire Smart properly. Was your response to say no, they could not?
No,
Or,
I
yes, they
think- I
could, but
think
be
there could
careful and
be-
don't think that it's doing everything.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Yes, I think they could provide some assistance in that space. However, I just wanted to clarify that there will be some diversity even amongst the 7 members of council of, oh, this position is going to do these things. We're going to have to be very specific about what we want with this position. Again, this is something that's evolving. Councillor McDonald and myself having these conversations, bringing it to this group. I appreciate it wasn't completely full part of the deliberations in day 1 and 2, but I still think it's important given all the things that are happening in the community and just us being proactive rather than responsive.
Could I request a simple yes or no? Will it help with Fire
I
Smart?
think yes, sorry.
Okay. Yes.
I think,
Thank you.
on the whole, I think compliance would be part of that role. So whether it be compliance specifically there, but it would be municipal compliance in a number of different areas. Just wanted to touch on the costs. So we've done some early costing and investigation. So we have municipalities that are much larger than us that have similar positions, and even much smaller than us that have similar positions. What they have moved away from is consulting because they have a lack of control over the results from the consultant and the ability to focus that consultant's efforts on the work. So by trying to mitigate their risk, they increase risk by bringing a consultant in because they don't control that resource. So that's a consideration that I would be, I'd be mindful of as well as you're making that decision. And then you really can control that span of work and the outcomes that you're really looking for. So I'm not seeing anything that, right now in the positions that we've looked at in other municipalities that are consulting. If they were consulting, they quickly move to an actual position within the municipality. Again, large to very small municipalities that are looking at this kind of compliance position have brought them in-house.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McFadden.
I would certainly support this one from an environmental risk mitigation. As the mayor had mentioned, with the environmental task force, they had concerns. The Fire Smart program came up as a concern at the Parks and Rec meeting last night. And I've certainly had various people, talk to me about the environmental risks we have with the Bow River banks and the stabilization and, at some point DFO might come knocking on our door to ask some questions, and also concerns around the Big Hill Springs Creek as well, which is very valuable. So, and I think it was said, well, the people of Cochrane really do value our natural spaces, and I think it's time that we kind of leaned in and help kind of mitigate the risk of our population on those spaces.
Councillor Singh.
Is there any grants available for this position?
Mr. Blanchette, did you wish to respond?
Potentially, yes. I mean, ongoing operational positions, not generally speaking. If there was a project-based emphasis, there could be, but I would say on an ongoing basis for a position, you wouldn't have an ongoing operational impact that way. I would be hesitant to say there would be any that would really support that full FTE. But having said that, I mean, initially, we probably, in setting up a program, we could look to really set that program up that way through some support, but it likely would be around the program and not the positions. Grants quite often do not support the actual, the person that's involved in doing the work.
So I'm going to speak to this. A safe, healthy environment matters deeply to our community today and to future generation. And I fully support strong environmental stewardship. At the same time, I want also to be careful about what we commit to right now. And depending on how the proceeding unfolds, we may have to adjust our approach, including how we structure and resource this work. I also want to be sure that given the scale of upcoming capital project, we understand whether a single position could realistically meet the town's needs. At this stage, I'm not prepared to fully support a full-time position immediately, but I'm very open to exploring flexible options or existing resources that could strengthen our environmental oversight as things evolve. I'm looking forward to seeing the options admin bring forward and discussing how it fits into broader picture for 2027. Thank you for championing this important work and keep us connected.
Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. I really appreciate Councillor Federico's comments on policy. I think that adds extra layers of importance to this potential role for sure. I think it's probably safe to make some assumptions that there are expenses we're incurring that we wouldn't be if we had a person permanently in this full-time role. So when we look at cost savings, we're quite potentially going to make some gains in that area just by having this person dedicated to this work. And then in terms of contract versus a permanent full-time role, I don't think this work is going anywhere. I think if anything, this work is going to grow. So I think it's a matter of now or it's a matter of later, and then just how much risk we're willing to take between now and making this happen.
Councillor Federico?
Is this position built into the numbers that we will see coming up?
It is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm certainly, I understand the need 100%. I also understand the need that we have parks and capital projects people and now an environmental person. I have the concern of what this is starting to look like from an overall tax base. And so that's probably where my opinion will come in at that point. And obviously to see any sort of organizational savings that we could find to perhaps bring all of these people within a reasonable amount.
You will see that here shortly.
And if I could, because it is a new idea, I would urge council before ruling it out to wait till we get to that final conversation so we can consider all the information. I have more to say, but I'll turn it over to Councillor Gale first.
More just some comments. For me, I support it, especially if it limits our liability long-term and our exposure to possible lawsuits and issues. I also heard that protecting our natural spaces, especially in, I live close to the river, I would say at least every other door was saying they want our rivers to be better tended. And then, yeah, I also agree with switching from that reactive to more of a proactive stance, just in general. I feel that we're kind of tend to react instead of doing it the other way around. So I would support that. And I'm also just really curious about the cost savings, so we could get that back. That'd be great too. But that's just my comments on that.
Did you have a response to that, Mr. Hyman, before I weigh in further?
We would need a little bit more time in terms of the cost savings that both Councillor McDonald and Councillor Gale were referencing. But in terms of overall cost savings for this budget, that's included in the presentation as we go through. So again, we're just trying to go through the parking lot items. You will get the complete picture through this, and we will get to some of the things that administration is proposing as well.
Okay, before we continue, I would just add my comments in more succinctly that I am indeed in favor of this. I think there is an entire argument to be made just on the foundational regulatory compliance piece, in that as it's been described to me, there is a great deal of environmental regulation we need to bring our organization into alignment with. That work is important. It has financial implications that we can save from. But then the secondary piece is what I touched on with the Fire Smart. And I believe that the whole NEP, the Natural Environment Protection Task Force, which is a bit of a mouthful, so I call it NEP, I believe that that group, based on everything I heard through that task force, this would be a key deliverable for the purpose of that task force. And I think they would be overwhelmingly in support of additional enforcement at our Fire Smart and other environmentally sensitive areas in Cochrane. If there's no further comments there, I would actually like to take a 10 to 15 minute break at this point. Can we come back at 2:25? But did anybody have any final comments on this item before we continue on? All right, let's break. shall we resume? I think, okay, just one moment. I think we're gonna have a motion coming from council in a moment. All right, Councilor McDonald?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to have council move into closed session under exception section 29(1)A of the Access to Information Act, advice from officials.
Okay, and I think we'll be right back, 5 to 15 minutes, sort of thing. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Council, I will call a vote on this. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of moving into a closed session? All right, thank you everyone for your patience. Let's get back to it, but before we do, we need to come out of closed session. Could I get a motion to end the closed session? Councilor McDonald?
A motion to come out of closed session.
All right, any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move on to the next item. There was questions around reserves. So one of the questions that came up and was put in the parking lot was what's an increase reserve contribution to transit look like? And so just for context, $1 million to reserves would equal a 2.5% tax increase. Just wanted to provide that context. And then explore opportunities to reduce draws from reserves like capital projects. So administration is going to provide options. And when we're talking about reserves, because the two slides are around reserves, this is specific to transit, but we are going to look at some of the more specific, like the Parks and Rec reserve in the next one. So again, the $1 million is about a 2.5% tax increase. Administration heard from council. Certainly, Councillor McFadden, you had talked about the $1 million as a starting point for discussion. We did hear a variety of different perspectives on council, from wanting to wait until a reserve policy was complete, others saying we would like to see something done this year. It's very important to do that this year. Others to saying reduce it. We do have an option that is included within our final summary that will be at the end of the presentation. But we wanted to just indicate that both the if we were looking at transit reserves or other specific reserves, it's approximately $1 million would be a 2.5% tax increase, just for council's awareness.
Drew, can you please clarify, in the draft document we're bringing forward here today, what is currently included as a change for reserves?
Oh, I need some assistance on that.
Mr. Chair, so included in the updated draft that we're presenting to council, we have administration has put in $500,000 as a transfer to reserves.
Oh, sorry.
And that is in addition to what was previously
Sorry,
discussed?
I thought you were saying the total summary for all the reserves, not just, we put $500,000. Certainly Councillor McFadden has the $1 million. We put in $500,000, which is our proposal, which you will see summarized here. Sorry, I thought you were asking for the whole summary, and I was like, that's a little more information than I have just at my fingertips.
And did any member of council have a comment here before I weigh in further? When we were talking about reserves, when we get down to our tax conversation, speaking for myself, when I'm trying to frame all the decisions in line with what I think are the community priorities, I think putting a little bit less into reserves might be the wiggle room to get the tax rate to a more palatable rate. Just the feedback that I've seen online and received from people is that a lot of people say things along the lines of they themselves can't afford to save the way they'd like to, and they'd rather keep their hard-earned money for themselves. I haven't heard a number of residents come out and say that they want to see an increase in reserves. I obviously recognize the responsibility of it and importance of it, but that's just kind of where I'm at. Anybody else? Councillor McFadden?
So I just want to share the philosophy I have from this. The 1 million mark seemed like a good start, since we expect Horse Creek Sports Park, which is not something we're going to be able to fund through offsite levies. It's going to have to be something that we pay out of the tax base. We're going to have to pay. We're either going to have to borrow money to pay for it, or we're going to have to save for it. And so this is a starting point to that. I'm not committed to the 1 million. It just seemed like a significant enough starting point. I would rather have $1 million in the bank that we've been collecting interest on a regular basis than wait and I'll all of a sudden have to borrow at more money at a higher interest rate. So when I think of this, and I've seen the post too, and I certainly appreciate it, just, taxing people to save on the surface doesn't make sense, but asking you to be part of the solution to save for, we've certainly made the arguments for our utilities. Everybody understands the value of saving for our utilities. But if we want sports parks, arenas, all of those pieces, it's either going to be a hefty price later or a bit of a piece now as we start to save for it. And so I kind of look at this, the argument of like, let's wait until we have a policy in place. That was the answer that I had last year, so waiting a year and a half to get a policy that's, I'm willing to bet money, is gonna be requesting we put way more than $1 million into our reserves on an annual basis for these type of projects. I look at this like, I know I wanna save to buy a house. I might not know the exact amount that I need to save to get my 5, 10, 15, 20% down, but anything I can put away is gonna save my borrowing cost in the future. And so that's how I'm looking at it from kind of a personal mortgage point of view. So I'm certainly advocating for this. I understand it's a tax rate increase. The $1 million point, I'm willing to have that conversation with my colleagues, whether that's less or more, but we really need to start looking ahead and being deliberate in how we're preparing for these upcoming expenses.
Thanks, Councillor McFadden. And then I just share, when we get to the details, you will see the $500,000 that administration is proposing as part of the full suite of options for council.
And before turning over to Councillor Fideko, if I could bounce off my own comments, I think you're getting at a valuable point. I think the way it was positioned in the public, that we were just saving for a rainy day, might have been less palatable than had we positioned it as we are saving for this priority, be it Horse Creek Sports Park, transit enhancement. But I think we told people that it's being saved for a specific reason would probably receive larger support. I just wanted to bounce that off. Councillor Fideko?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm just looking to see kind of the full build-out picture, and then I will make a voice an opinion at that point. I think for me to voice an opinion either way right now is maybe a little pre-elementary, so I'd like to wait to get to that point.
Fair comment. Please continue.
All right, council, just to summarize the parking lot items. These are organizational adjustments administration brought forward based on your direction and support during the earliest stages of the budget process. Each one reflects the priorities you identified and directly supports maintaining service levels or strengthening our overall resilience. The first, the 4 seasonal workers. These roles respond directly to the workload demand during our busiest months. They ensure we maintain service levels in our park, public spaces, meet community expectations, and avoid service gaps during peak periods. The second, the capital planning resource. It strengthens our ability to plan and deliver capital projects more efficiently. It supports council's long-term infrastructure goals by improving timelines, coordination, and overall project readiness. The third item, the addition to the reserves that we were just speaking about. This reflects council's focus on long-term fiscal resilience. Buildings reserves now positions the town to respond to future priorities, manage risk, reduce reliance on tax increases for future needs. And finally, the risk mitigation resource. This strengthens overall organizational compliance, foresight, and decision-making. It also helps us manage emerging risks proactively and ensures we're well positioned to support stable, consistent service delivery. So that concludes that portion of the presentation. Following this, there's an opportunity for any questions, but then Mr. Hubble will be coming up to talk about some of the capital projects and capital planning, and then certainly I will be back to get into the details that Councillor Fideko and the rest of you, I'm sure, are really eager to see the full picture.
Councillor McFadden?
So it was identified for me earlier, I think council may recall, I was advocating for $50,000 to be added into the budget for the suite of civic leadership and engagement projects, including the creation of a leadership Cochrane piece, the community association terms of reference update, a youth council creation, and review of youth engagement opportunities. And so I was advised it didn't make it to the parking lot, but I just wanted to highlight that and allow Mr. Hyman to maybe speak to how this might still be delivered.
Yes, absolutely. I know this is very important to you, Councillor McFadden, and just for the benefit of council, it was brought forward in July as a notice of motion. There was I believe there were 5 components to it. One item, there was an answer to it. The 4 other items we're working on. One of them around the community associations is coming forward in January. So you'll have an opportunity to see that, and then council will also have an opportunity, if council wishes, to add that through the reserve process, and then certainly The youth item I know is really important to Councillor Gale as well. So in July, you may recall that this was also deferred to the next council. So it hasn't been lost. We just haven't put it in the parking lot to include in this budget. We believe that it should go through the process for that notice of motion. We'll do the additional work and give you an opportunity to discuss that and add that should council wish.
So just to be clear, is there an expectation, so the budget ask for this suite of work was 50,000 I was advocating for. Is there an expectation that will be able to be found? Like, so if this comes back in January, February, and council supports bringing forward the leadership, the suite of opportunities, how would we then approve the funding at that point? Would it be able to be available through the budget or a new draw?
I think we would remove money from reserves, but I think some of the items that Mr. Hubble was speaking about and the opportunities in our reserves, we'll be able to accommodate that in the new year.
All right, I'm disappointed because I'd like to get the clear direction to move ahead with it. I don't know what my colleagues think about that. I mean, the report is there. I've provided it to council numerous times. I'd love to be able to put $50,000 towards the civic leadership. The way I've been looking at it is, I brought it forward as a notice of motion, I think in April. The council of the day had a report come back in June, towards the end of the session. I didn't really agree with the recommendations because the prices seemed high to me. The only one that really was moving ahead was the no budget item of the terms of reference. So I think I would really like to continue to advocate for 50,000 to be set aside for a civic leadership piece so that we could budget for that. So.
Through the chair, just in terms of clarification on timelines, the terms of reference will come to you as council on Monday through Ms. Ambrose, so she'll be bringing that to you on Monday. And it's our intention to bring the other 4 remaining items of report as requested. We'd hoped to do it earlier, lots of changes and challenges that we had, so we're going to be bringing that in January back to you for consideration as well. So that terms of reference would coming on Monday, and then the full report on the other 4 outstanding items will come in January.
Okay. So yeah, like I said, I don't want this work to be held up because we don't have the 50,000 allocated. I really would prefer to set aside the 50,000 for a civic leadership project, in much as we did with the mayor and council events, just to put a $50,000 council civic leadership program in place. So I'd much prefer to include it in the budget than to have this conversation again in 2 months. So I'd like to put that to my colleagues.
Anybody like to respond? From where I'm sitting, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but also not necessarily in favor of it. I would look to personally have a longer conversation with you, whether it's here in a council setting or perhaps over coffee or something like that, to hear more about how you see it shaping up. So I wouldn't be ready necessarily to support today, but I'm open to it. I think it's something we probably could achieve early in 2026, get it added in as either as a budgetary adjustment or through capital or operating reserves or something. How does council feel about further exploring it? Councilor Fedeko?
I mean, I support this in a lot of different ways. However, I just think, like everything else, at some point, we might have to take a look, and perhaps there's a look at maybe reframing like the civic literacy piece into a volunteer type of panel or something like that. I think that there could be some exploration that's done. I certainly don't want to say no, because I realize how important the engagement piece is. It's important to me as well. I just think if we can't find that $50,000 operationally, I would look to do maybe a budget adjustment, only because I think while we're talking about putting money into reserves, and then we're talking about taking money out of reserves to pay for something, right? To me, it just seems counterproductive. So I think that if all of council agrees, maybe once the pieces start to come forward in the new year, that's where I would look to perhaps move to do a budget adjustment to get the rest of it covered, and rather than just putting it in at this point. Of course, that depends on what the overall picture looks like when we get to it.
Councilor Wilson?
Just to reach quorum, I agree that with the last 2 comments that that's exactly how I'd like to tackle this as well.
Councilor McDonald?
I support it in theory. I think it's really important to have civic literacy and engagement at the highest level we can accomplish. But for me personally, I need more time and more conversation to understand it better.
Sounds like a maybe, which is a heck of a lot better than a no.
All right, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hubble now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As discussed previously, the 2026 Capital Project Plan emphasizes strategic investments in the assets that keep Cochrane safe, connected, and vibrant, while prioritizing those projects deemed required and essential to our community. Throughout our discussions last week, Council parking lotted several capital projects that you wanted to be brought back for further discussion today. Regarding Horse Creek Sports Park, we heard an interest from Council to possibly defer, not cancel, the 2026 project until you've had the opportunity to evaluate your recreational priorities. To support you in this weekend, Ms. Ambrose is hosting a workshop with Council, which will provide you valuable community recreation information to help you make data-driven decisions in these spaces. With this in mind, administration could pull Horse Creek Sports Park project from the budget, but for Council's consideration, we propose leaving the project in place in the budget, but directing administration to pause any associated work until we hear further from Council about any adjustments to your priorities. This approach secures funding to support your updated recreational priorities without the need to restart the approval processes for this capital project. Generally, is this the direction that Council would like to see for this capital project?
Council, Horse Creek Sports Park. Councilor McFadden.
As a longtime advocate of the Horse Creek Sports Park and all of the user groups that have been advocating for this, I would much prefer that we leave it in the budget and continue. I know we're getting the presentation on Sunday. Council gets a chance to have a first look at it, and then the broader community work will be there. So yes, I do approve keeping it in the budget, but just understanding that no further work is done until we get some clarity of support for next steps.
Council? Any other opinions? Councillor Wilson?
The only one on here that has my attention is the newly added additional fencing at Jim Muffleman parking lot.
Oh, sorry. Can we just keep it to Horse Creek Sports
Oh,
Park?
pardon me.
first?
I'll come back then. Yeah.
Apologies. So without any further conversation, we'll just leave it in the budget, but we won't begin work until the strategic priorities are set.
To the Mayor, yes, absolutely.
Okay, and do we have broad consensus up here that that's what we want to do? Okay, thumbs up on that one. Second item. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Wayfinding enhancements for our pathway systems. As presented in the budget book, this project is planned to be $300,000 per year over 3 years. We heard a desire from Council to possibly cancel this project, but we've also heard from the community a desire to enhance our pathway and open spaces wayfinding service levels. With this in mind, I'd like to offer an alternative consideration to cancellation. We could reduce the project amount annually while extending the project timeframe to achieve the same results. For consideration, perhaps we could consider $150,000 for 6 years in lieu of the proposed $300,000 for 3. So seeking Council's guidance, would you like to leave the project as proposed at $300,000 for 3 years, reduce the project to say $150,000 for 6, or remove it altogether?
Council? Councillor Wilson?
Could you remind me on funding sources here again? Is this straight capital reserves, or I remember there being grants involved in this, is why I'm asking.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I believe this is straight funded from our operational reserves, but there is an element of grant inside there, so I'll have to check with Ms. Ambrose about what the percentage actually is.
Yeah, that'd be great. My opinion changes based on that answer. If it's straight from the reserve and can be allocated elsewhere, I'll have a different opinion than if there are grants involved that have timelines or are sensitive.
Ms. Ambrose just confirmed for me, it's straight reserves. It was last year, the grant. So.
Okay. So we could go to 6 years, as you just stated, and achieve the same result in a longer time frame. There'd be no consequences other than slowing down the implementation.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, yes, we'd achieved the same service level upgrade that we're hearing from the community that they need. We have a wonderful pathway system, but it can be a little bit confusing in certain areas. So we could achieve that just over a longer period with a lesser amount up front.
Would you be able to break down for me just a little bit more exactly what the wayfinding is and what we'd be front-ending and what we'd be delaying? I know that signage is the main thing on my mind. That's all I'm thinking of right now is signage along pathways. Is there other things in there that are beyond signage on pathways?
The one item that comes to mind, Councillor Wilson, is an upgrade of our digital signage that we've got in along Griffin, and then I want to say it's 4th. That digital signage is failing us. If you drive past, you can see that it's got bright bulbs and whatnot. So we're proposing through this to enhance that signage as well, or make repairs with that funding as well.
Love an elaboration on that one. Does that mean repair it so that it's working correctly again, where the screens actually show community notices, or are we removing them, or what are we doing there? Please.
I'm happy to answer. So through the chair to Councillor Wilson, the digital signage, we will be changing that to our facility, like standard facility signage. When we did the costing on it, the digital signage was over $150,000 to replace. So we are able to replace it with facility signage for around $30,000. The entire wayfinding project itself would include all of our mapping that's currently out in the community, but adding additional mapping, infographic signage, educational signage, bylaw signage, and of course directional signage as well.
Okay, and so the two numbers I just heard, which is, that's interesting, that's what I wanted to hear. 30,000 of that is the turning the digital signs into non-digital. I'm still not quite clear what they would look like. And then the rest is 270,000 for all the other pathway signages. Did I break that down correctly?
To the chair to Councillor Wilson, so 30,000 is for the, to replace the digital signage. And so we've got a standard facility type signage throughout the community already. So that's how we would be replacing it. The rest of the signage is quite expensive, and depending on what type of sign we're looking at replacing. So your standard kind of bylaw sign is around $125 a sign, but we go all the way up to adding facility signage, which most of our facility signage needs to be replaced through a lot of our park systems, and that is much more expensive, closer to the $50,000 each.
Okay, thank you. Last question on the digital signs. So we're just removing the former digital signs and putting up new signage that will be arrows pointing to different areas of the community. Is that the idea for those two? I'm still just struggling with what will become of that spot, or what the new signs will look like.
Yeah, that is correct. We would want to make sure that we're following our branding standards, but sharing what is happening in the downtown and what direction people are going to. And so we are still working through those details right now. But that has been determined as like the most cost effective, and recognizing that the community is looking for that kind of wayfinding signage. We saw an opportunity with the structures already there. It was an opportunity to enhance that as well.
Thank you. Last question for me. If we were to go to the 6-year expanded, slower rollout, what would be front-ended? I'm going to assume that the tear down of the old digital signs would be front-ended, and later in the years would be the rest of the pathway signs we'd see, probably at the tail end of that 6 years.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, yes, the failing signage is a priority for us to have replaced. It's not a good look for us from our perspective. So that would be the priority. Then we would focus on a prioritized list based off of Ms. Ambrose's recommendations.
Mr. Hammond?
I just wanted to confirm, and certainly Ms. Ambrose can maybe elaborate on this a little bit, but I think it's important when we talk about wayfinding signage that included within there is the bylaw signage, and particularly when it comes to speed and behaviors on our pathway system. I'm sure council receives the same inquiries that we receive as administration, whether it's from Glenbow with the new pathway and people on bikes, and the conflict between bikes, dog walkers, as well as people just walking. That happens in Jim Muffelman Park as well. So providing some clarity around that signage, I think, is really important. It's something perhaps because we've been in Glenbow with a number of different projects recently. I have heard personally a number of people saying, when are you getting some clarity in terms of what the rules of the pathways are. So I just want council to be aware of that, and I don't know if Ms. Ambrose wants to.
Yeah, and so to build on that, in September, the traffic bylaw and the active transportation guidelines were passed. And so that was really the first step to make sure that we were able to identify what type of signage and how we could put the signage out. So that was our first step. We now have a resource dedicated to the project as well. So that will be launching. So in 2025, we had 300,000 that was allocated. 100 of that was part of the active transportation fund, but the 2026 funding and the 2027 funding that you'll see in the budget, it was a 3-year program to ensure that all of our wayfinding throughout the community was updated based on all of our new branding standards and the traffic bylaw and the active transportation guidelines.
Okay, thanks for all the clarity. For me, I have 2 thoughts that spring to mind. One is the sticker shock of $300,000 for signage. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I don't know what I can do about that other than to say that seems aggressive and obnoxious, but I say that all the time up here with park benches and plumbed water lines in the ranch house and things like that. So given that we must spend $300,000, I'd like to see it done over 6 years as proposed. I think that's a great proposal. Thank you, Mr. Hubble, and look forward to see what the bench thinks.
Councillor Federico?
So just to be clear, we've already done a year of wayfinding signage?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, I will have.
Through the chair to
speak to it.
Councillor Federico, we have 300,000 that was allocated in 2025. We did not have a resource to launch the project, but we now do within my team. So that project is launching here right now as we speak. So you'll notice more signage early 2026. So it is launched now officially, but part of the project was as I said before, the bylaw and the active transportation guidelines. However, the additional kind of internal piece is actually doing a bit of an asset management and mapping of where do we currently have signs so that we're not creating sign blindness. So we're not trying to just add signs anywhere. We're trying to be very intentional and strategic about it.
So the whole project, just so I'm clear, is worth $900,000 of wayfinding signage?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I too am like Councillor Wilson. I'm happy to stretch this out. Personally, I think we feel like there's be signs everywhere. And like as far as wayfinding signs go, I appreciate the fact of what they're supposed to do and the message they're supposed to tell, but I think those could be done strategically and placed at high impact areas where we know they're not on every single maybe pathway across town, for instance. Also, I think there's a lot that can be done through social media, through videos, through education, where you can teach people what the signage says, not have to build it in. But I appreciate also that, we are going to start down this path, but yeah, I don't see the need to rush this. I think that we can take our time, and if at some point we decide, hey, you know what, $600,000 is the spend that we want to do, then you just trim back the project. That's how I would be looking at it.
Councillor McDonald?
I also agree to stretch it out. I think that's sounds prudent and a great compromise. And I think I'm hearing that there's kind of a differentiation within the project between really enrichment versus safety. And so my opinion certainly would be to start with the safety signs like the bike paths, active transportation.
If I can provide a point of clarity, the signage is not just for the pathway systems. So we're also looking at the roadways and areas like that as well, because that is part of our active transportation network. So it's not that we're proposing to add all of the signage, $900,000 of signage just in our park spaces. We're looking at the entire community as a whole.
Okay, with seeing no other comments, I'll weigh in. Question, do we know what's going to be put on the sign at the Jim Elfman Dog Park? What will the key messages be there about the cyclist and dog user interactions?
I can provide some context to that, Mr. Mayor. The Bow River strategy outlines some strategic kind of initiatives on how we would be educating how to utilize the space. But off the top of our head, initially, there are a few different bylaws that are relevant to that area. So bylaw signage would be one, picking up after your dog and slower speeds for cyclists coming through. making sure that everyone is aware that it is an off-leash area, that type of signage, making sure that it's really enhanced.
So would there be a message of asking cyclists to slow down and be careful? And have we thought about banning electric bikes or the e-scooters, as they're called, from that area?
So yes, there would be signage to slow down for cyclists. Through the Bird Scooter Rental Program, we definitely have it geo-fenced for making sure that the rental scooters are slowing down. We have no control over owned electric scooters. Within the traffic bylaw, we did not identify specific areas where we would not allow electric scooters on the pathway systems.
Okay. All right. It would be nice to have a future conversation about that, perhaps not in this budget discussion, but for the whole topic of, it's actually 900,000 over the 3 years. That's a really steep ask for me, and I think we really do need to be thinking about wants versus needs, and this falls into the want category for me. I think it's a great idea that's been brought forward, certainly in a lot of ways enhances the community, so I'd like to see that brought down as much as possible. I think replacing existing signage that's in the key area of our neighborhood, or of our community, that tends closer to the need, because nobody wants junky looking broken signs in the middle of town. And I would also humbly suggest it'd be nice if we could make use of QR codes perhaps on that sign or other signs where we're preparing lots of digital graphics. Doesn't necessarily need to be to an app, but it can just be a PDF of information and potential maps and stuff like that on major central signs. But I would do away with almost all the expenses except for the replacement of the failing digital sign. But I'm hearing from the bench, maybe more of an extension is more what the majority wants. Maybe we need some sort of informal motion, despite the fact we don't have a procedural bylaw active currently. Councilor McFadden?
Signs always give me sticker shock, like when we first brought them in as electric signs, and I was like, oh my God. So yeah, I'm certainly with the bench, and if we can find a way to reduce the wayfinding budget as much as possible, I'd appreciate, and focus in on the key areas and then kind of draw it out over the years. Because that's just under $1 million, which is, what I was hoping to put to reserves for Horse Creek Sports Park or an arena or things that people, actual physical infrastructure that people want to go use. Certainly I do know there is value in being able to find your way from point A to B and where the rec centers are, but that's a lot of money. And so I'd just like us to have a second look at that before I really dive into it.
Councilor Wilson, you're flashing.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Nagel, Councilor McFadden. You've stirred my inner austerity. I agree. I'd like to bring this down and find out just what's the absolute basics to do and eliminate some of the nice to have, more than just extending it out. I'm on that way of thinking. Thank you for bringing that up.
Councilor Verdejo?
Yeah, I would probably fall that way as well. I mean, I guess the only thing with maybe, if you lowered it down to $100,000 this year, maybe actually come back and say what was actually done and completed, and then don't necessarily put it back in the budget for any more in 2027. That way we're gonna see, to cover off the digital sign removal, it might hit a couple of the major points. I agree with Jim Uffleman, like there are some key areas that could use some definite key messages on signage, but I don't think keeping it in as a long-term ask is necessary. If you come back at the end and you say, this is what we did and we find it incredibly valuable, then I would say, let's go back in and maybe look to add it back in the budget. But that way it's not a long-standing ask either.
Councilor Singh?
I think I'll echo Mayor Nagel's that if we need signs in the existing parks to be updated, like QR code or something, or beautify them, so it's more accessible to people in wheelchairs or anything in there, I would go with that, but 300,000 a year, it's a lot.
So how would both council and admin feel about reducing this to 100,000 this year and bringing it back to a council meeting or committee of the whole meeting to review in detail what we would do with that initial 100 this year and what else you want to add on to it and just strengthen the case?
Through the chair to the mayor, if I'm hearing consensus from council, we can incorporate what has been discussed today. So just for a point of clarity, $100,000 is a one-time 2026 project. We will present to council what we've achieved prior to next year's budget with a lens of perhaps asking for more with a prioritized list in advance of next year.
Does that seem, okay, Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, that seems appropriate to me, but there's currently already $300,000 available for the current work, so it's gonna be kind of work being done, next year's equating to about $400,000. So there should be some significant changes made on the wayfinding next year, and then you'll be able to make your argument for more details from there. Is that, looks like I've got that right? Thank you.
Yes, and Ms. Ambrose also confirmed wayfinding strategy, so that can be part of the reporting back.
Okay, seems reasonable. So we have $100,000 instead of 300, and it's just for this year. Okay.
Okay. Jim Uffelman Dog Park Parking Lot Fencing. Last week, Councillor McFadden highlighted the need to add additional fencing to the parking lot near the Jack Tennant Bridge and asked administration to provide costing to the project. Our teams looked at it. The estimated costing, including materials, labor, and a $20% contingency, is $65,000 to complete this work. This also includes 3 gates in the area. We're just looking for council's guidance on whether you'd like to see that included in the 2026 capital project plan.
Councillor McFadden?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'm a little bit surprised by the number, but I think the initial number I was thinking was about 50,000, because I think you were copying some other work that was being done, but you're adding the gates. And so when I was down there just the other day walking the dog, and I really think this is actually reaching like a safety piece, because you can see, like, it's so easy for dogs to run up off the off-leash park and onto the bridge and the road, and kids are up there as well. And so I think this is just, it's going to be a growing high traffic area of when some bad things could happen because there's no constrained way to keep the dogs in that area at this point, let alone the kids, and I've been up there with both, so. I view it more of a safety piece around a high use area than a nice to have, but I know it's emerging.
Could we get some clarity on the area? For me, it's less of $65,000 is less of a budgetary discussion and more of a user experience discussion. I know access to the river is critically important for a lot of dog owners who want to play fetch, throwing a stick into the river and stuff like that. Are you able to show us a rough sketch of what area you'd be fencing off?
To Mayor Nagel, we'd have to come back with a little bit of a diagram there that we could provide to council. I don't have it handy.
Okay. Do you know if the primary river area under the bridge would be included in or outside the fence?
It would be included inside the fence, the protected area from the fence. The parking lot area would still allow access to the river. We wouldn't be gating off, Mayor, if that's what you're asking. We wouldn't be fencing off the area, preventing the parking lot unloading of animals to get to the river.
So I'm talking about the Big Rock Beach under the new bridge.
That would be in the secure area
that you could use with your dog. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Hyman?
Just Ms. Ambrose has some important information to share with council.
So I was going to share, so the Bow River strategy is coming forward in January. And I just pulled the key highlights for Jim Uffelman Park that's outlined in the Bow River strategy. The really high pieces are introducing the physical barrier between the pathway and the top of the slope, limit off-leash use in the area, designate 1 or 2 areas where on-leash dog access to the river is permitted with installing signage, providing additional dog waste bags and dispensers. And so when we did the Bow River strategy, we also did an environmental assessment of the riverbanks and accessing the river. So I do just want to remind council that there is a broader strategy coming forward and that have the environmental considerations of the river access for dogs. So it does outline all of the different areas and the entire corridor with suggestions and priorities of what we can be doing to increase safety, but also be thinking about our environmental impact along the river.
over my years on council, I have seen that dog parks can be a pretty explosive issue in the community if not handled delicately. Would this warrant a conversation with council in the committee of the whole meeting or a council meeting before implementing any fence? I think we should look at it before we sign off on it. Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, I think if we can like bring back the map of what we're thinking for this, it might make me a little bit more comfortable with it. Because, so when you, this is the park down by the Jack Tennant Bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you park there and you walk your dog, like if I let my dog off leash, she can immediately, there's nothing to stop her or my children screaming after her from running onto the bridge, right? So the vision that the resident that had brought it to me was, you know, to provide that, you're gonna need gates so that the dogs can't just blow through it. And then there's the off-leash dog park that goes further north, and to kind of provide that. But nothing in my vision was ever about restricting access to the river in that area. I think Ms. Ambrose had identified further west along the bank, there is a lot of places where the dogs have been accessing it up and down the bank, and you can see the damage there. And so, and even when we were talking earlier about the need for making sure we're mitigating damage to the rivers and the need to have a staff person looking at our responsibilities there, that needs to be built into the work that we've been talking about there. So this was really just meant about making it safe for families and their pets to get their, to start their walk in a safe way, because that is such a high trafficked area, and I think it's probably just a matter of time. But I think a map would help. Yeah, if we can fit into the budget, I think it would be great. But I think a map would probably make people feel more comfortable, because I think the broader conversation that we're going to have around the Jim Uffelman Park as a whole will probably have broader conversations and responses than this alone.
Councilor Federico?
Yeah, I'd like to hold off to see the entire strategy as well, just because there might be components of it that we don't know about that might be already addressed, and rather than us approving fencing in something that I don't know might be addressed by other mitigation ways, I think would be the most appropriate. And then if there is still that concern that exists, then let's have that conversation, and maybe it gets built into the 2027 budget, or perhaps it becomes a spring budget adjustment. I hate saying that because it sounds like everything that I'm going to say sounds like a spring budget adjustment, which then makes it like an 8% tax raise. That's not what I'm trying to do. But just to be clear, let's hear the strategy and then we can go from there.
If it's helpful, I am coming to the very first committee of the whole in January with the strategy.
Yeah, and I would say I recognize the safety concern as well. I go there very often, and I know if you have an untrained dog that you let out of your vehicle, it could be run over very easily. Yeah. So where are we landing? I'm hearing one person wants to include it, another person wants to wait. I'm somewhere in the middle. Those of you who have not spoken, provide some direction. Would you become, is council comfortable with including this in the budget and then reviewing the plans before they go forwards, or do you want to review the plans before we include it in a budget? That is the question. Councilor McDonald?
I'm in favor in principle again, and since we are going to hear the strategy so soon, I think I'm comfortable waiting until we see the fulsome strategy. But I'm really all for safety of dogs and kids, so that's a little bit agnostic, I guess. But I'm in favor of waiting for the strategy.
Okay. Councilor Gale?
I have to agree. I think I'm also in favor of just waiting until we get that strategy, especially because we're going to be seeing you so soon. So that's kind of where I stand on it. Although I do agree it's of importance. I would just like to wait and see the whole picture. That's all.
$65,000, and if we don't use it, can we transfer it to a specific project related to that BOW strategy or whatever comes in January? Is a possibility or something?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, if I'm hearing you correctly, if we were to use a similar strategy, what we're doing with Horse Creek, we're approving, but we're not moving it forward, and then we allow the strategy work to continue. And if another idea comes out of there, could we repurpose it for fencing, say in another area? Then yes, I would say that's in alignment with the capital project's intent.
So where do you land on the question?
I would say keep it in the budget, and then if January 1st we coming the strategy and if say, hey, we need to fencing there, at least the money could be utilized rather than readjusting in spring or whatever. That's
Mr. Hubble, I just want to make a clar, so it's not currently in the budget? So you would be asking to add it to the capital budget? So it's not a you wouldn't be reserving the funds for something else, you would be making an addition to that capital budget, so just for clarification.
Sure, thank you.
So I think I would actually say add it to the budget. We've already removed $200,000 from the capital budget for the wayfinding. And the reason that I say we should add it is I feel like we're gonna end up wanting to support this, but I also don't want our council to get in the habit of punting difficult decisions down and say, let's just study it further. I think if we have a sense that we're gonna wanna do this, let's put the money in the budget and let's just make sure we do it right. So I say, let's put it in the budget. So that's 1, 2, 3 in. Councillor Gale?
Ask if I'm in favor of that. However, I just want to know where would if for whatever reason we have that as extra money, what reserve would that go into, and where would the unspent money go towards?
Through the chair to Councillor Gale, any unused funding that was in a capital project would then be returned to the capital fund reserve that it came from.
So if we establish like a Parks and Rec reserve, would that fall under that, in that reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor Gale, I believe reserves are at council's discretion for allocation. So it would be up to council to determine where that went.
Mr. Liam?
The chair to Councillor Gale, I would agree with your assumption. If we did establish a Parks and Rec reserve, this particular project would be funded from that reserve. And if it's not spent, then there would be no need to draw from it.
Okay. So I'd be in favor of adding this with that intention of that going into the reserve if it's not spent for whatever reason.
Sorry, Mr. Liam, do we currently have a line item in our reserves that is specifically earmarked for Parks and Rec, or is that something we would have to create now?
Mr. Chair, we do not currently have that reserve. I would need direction from council to establish that reserve.
Does that require a resolution of council, or is it just more we direct you to do it casually and then it's done operationally?
From Ms. Robinson, I would need a resolution from council to establish that new reserve.
I would suggest that's a great idea. Councilor McFadden? Were you done over here?
Yeah.
Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, so that's one of the things I would really like us to deliver on is the establishment of that reserve. So I wasn't aware that it needed a resolution. So, coming to a notice of motion process near you.
Mr. Hyman?
I don't even think it needs to go to a notice of motion. If you, once Mr. Hubble's completed his presentation, we're coming up with the big picture and with the tax implications, and there's an opportunity through council's direction to establish that.
And it can be a separate motion when we approve the budget, right? When we approve the budget?
When you approve the budget,
Yes,
Yep.
through budget.
So I think we have a broad consensus. I think what we should do is look to establish an actual Parks and Recreation reserve at the start of our term, which is send a strong message to the community. We're planning for our Parks and Rec. We can add $65,000 to it here and any other reserve contributions we want to add to it. And then when we move forward with this plan, we can draw it straight from that reserve. That is logistically sound, operationally sound, I should say, I guess. Sounds good? Like it. So Horse Creek Sports Park, we're waiting. Wayfinding Station reducing 100,000, and that was just, and that was going to focus on replacement of aging assets primarily.
To the chair, yes, replacement of existing assets and then focusing on health and safety items from a wayfinding perspective.
Okay, and then item 3 here, we are going to have a resolution at a later date to actually create a Parks and Recreation Reserve and stick that money in it. Okay, sound good?
Yes.
Anything else?
No, this concludes our presentation on last week's capital project parking lot items, which you highlighted for further discussion. Do you have any questions, any further questions?
think that about wraps it up. And last on our agenda is the actual tax implications, correct? Or is there another item I'm missing?
Mr. Mayor, you're correct.
Do we need a restroom break before we do this? How's everyone feeling? I could use a 5-minute breather. Bio and cell phone check. All right, welcome back. Now it is time for everyone's least favorite part of the budget, taxes. Mr. Hyman, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Obviously, there's been a tremendous amount of information over the 3-day period that we've done deliberations. I'd like you to think of it as sort of we're funneling to the outcome here. We've synthesized the information, been really systematic and strategic about presenting something. What I'm going to present to you, though, is in 2 parts, so I just want to provide that update. First, I'm going to provide the net tax impact. So these are the adjustments coming out of the parking lot. So there were costs to each item. I'm going to provide a summary, and that includes the subtotal, including the net tax increase proposed. However, there are other items included that we have mentioned that there are deductions that administration is doing. So that's the second part. So I just don't want there to be sticker shock when you see the different items that are first in there. There are 2 parts, so please just be patient as we go through this. So in terms of you of course know that we started at the 3.25, that was proposed. In terms of the parks enhanced seasonal position, there was an extra $68,000 to that, or 0.0116%, which meets the demands, elevates service, and supports community expectations. We also talked about a capital planning resource for $160,000, which would be a 0.4% increase, strengthens our capacity to deliver capital projects. We have the risk mitigation compliance resource, $120,000, which is 0.3% increase. Again, we spoke about this at length, but enhances compliance, foresight, stability, and decision-making. And then the reserve contribution, and we had talked about this originally around the $1 million. We felt an approach would be the $500,000, which represents a 1.25% increase, and it builds fiscal resilience, really planning for the future. Of course, if we were to just solely do this, that would mean that we would have a 5.36% tax increase. That is not the final place where we land, though, because I think it was important for administration to come to the table with a number of things as well. So recently we had conversations with LAPP in terms of contribution reduction. So that is something where the contributions that we need to make because of their fiscal position, and certainly Ms. Dunsmore is here if council wishes to get more information on that, provides savings of $250,000. So that's 0.63% deduction from that 5.36. And again, it frees capacities for other priorities. We've also looked at administration expenses and reduced those $160,000. So these have been very targeted. These are a combination of training and development, the actuals to the forecast, contracted services. We would be willing to reduce that by $160,000. And then some additional Parks and Rec revenue of $10,000, which represents 0.02%. And it's really just the additional revenue. So that's when we get to a total tax proposed increase of 4.31%. And I think one of the important parts of including that is when we think about the 3.25%, that was the maintenance budget, but I want you to think about the other items that are included in the 4.31. We have the other items that council previously had talked about, the enhanced mowing and maintenance with the 4 seasonal positions. We have the planning resource, the risk mitigation, as well as a $500,000 contribution to reserves. So we're able to accomplish all of that, meet your needs, and then I want to just provide a little bit of context, because when we started this process, 3.25%, the monthly cost represents $14.16 or $169.97. Where we are proposed today is $16.48 monthly or $197.78. We do have a slide that we'd be happy to share. Mr. Blanchette has that, and it really just kind of outlines the various percentages if council wish to make adjustments to this. And then we just wanted to provide that for context because I think that's very important. Again, I see a light on. Happy to open it up for some questions on this.
Councillor Federico?
Can you tell me what is LAPP fund? I don't know what that stands for.
That is the Local Authorities Pension Plan. Based on the strong fiscal position of that, and maybe Ms. Dunsmore, if you want to come up and provide some more context to that, you're welcome
Yeah,
to come
sure.
up here too if you want. or-
Is this microphone working?
Yes, it is.
Right, through the chair to Councillor Federico. LAPP sent us out an email earlier in October, and they have noted to all of their people who participate in their plan that they are at a $70.7 billion in asset at the end of 2024. So because of this, they are reducing employer and member contributions by 1% for 2026. And as an employer, that equates to $250,000.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious do we have an idea, obviously if we have $500,000 in reserve, so that to me is like half a percent, right?
Yes, it's just 1.25%.
Okay, so if we took that out, could we get what that total would be if we took out the amount to reserves altogether?
Yes, there are opportunities to do that. You would, and Mr. Aleem is right here, and he's got everything able to do this live streaming, so.
The chair to Councilor Federico, if we were to remove that contribution, it would reduce the revenue requirement to $1,230,000, which represents a tax rate increase of 3.07%.
Is that with I'm thinking they just if you keep the new positions in, just removing out that
Correct.
reserve contribution?
That is, it would reduce it 1.25%.
Okay, so it takes it down that much by the full 500,000?
That is correct.
Correct. However, just for clarity, based on the discussions and that we've had through the deliberation process, we felt it was important to save for the future, but also have the positions. And then you now have a breakdown of what the cost of that, but council could also look at different levers that you wanted to pull, because part of our discussion was not having it at $1 million. We talked about having it at $500,000. We also talked about it at having it at 1%, which is $401,000. So it could be $401,000. So you're saying 1% of the tax contribution is going to future savings. But again, based on providing some balance from certainly what we heard from Councillor McFadden and others, we thought starting with 500,000 would be beneficial. So there's all sorts of different formulas, and this is where we get into the interesting discussion. But the one thing I would say is administration certainly was of the position with the added positions that we have included, and including the reserve contribution, that this would be our recommended budget to council.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done for now, thank you.
So where I'm at, obviously wanting to keep taxes to a level that I think the community can accept. I think if we get it below that 4 number, which is very close, it feels more palatable and more in the range that I think that the community doesn't feel like they're getting a big tax increase. And with the reserve contribution, I think it's really also important that we're communicating to the public. We're not just saving willy-nilly to use as some slush fund at a future date, but it's being used for a specific purpose. I would suggest, given that we just discussed the addition and creation of a recreation reserve line item, that any additional reserve contributions would go straight into that. And then we can communicate to the public, we're not just taking your money for no reason, we're taking it for a reserve, a rec facility, which will be either ball diamonds or ice surfaces or a general rec center or an indoor soccer pitch or something to that extent, something the community really wants. But then to get it under the 4% number, because we reduced the budget of the wayfinding from 300,000 to 100,000, and then we added in, was it 64,000 for the fencing? I think we could knock $100,000 off of our contributions to capital reserves to offset that, which would be $100,000 less going into that capital reserve account, and that $100,000 would represent pretty close to 0.25% of a tax rate increase. and then we could probably find a way to get it under 4. Mr. Blanchett, I saw you looking to weigh in. Did you guys have something else to add?
Just, Mr. Mayor, if you did reduce it, because this was one of the scenarios that we explored, if you reduce the contribution to like $400,000, you would be looking at essentially a 4.09% tax increase. Again, once we start getting into, and this is why one of the reasons we wanted to provide this slide to you, once you get into essentially 1, the difference is very insignificant between, we have 4% there, 4.95. You're looking at really $1.20 in some cases. So just some perspective as well.
Councillor Federico?
I personally would prefer to be at that 3.95 marker. I think it isn't, and I totally understand it is just a minimal amount of dollars, but to the average person out there, it is all in the numbers, right? Yep. You have an 8% tax rate versus, it doesn't matter at that point, right? And especially because we are already, we had a proposed tax rate at 3.25, we're actually going up. And adding value to the residents that I think that they would appreciate. I do agree also that we have taken money out of the wayfinding reserve, which then I realize it's not apples for apples necessarily because it might be it's obviously in a different reserve right now. However, we aren't, we're looking at trying to figure out ways to save money. And I really do want to say that I appreciate administration's look at, we've given you a hard task. We're adding on 3 new positions, and you've come back and really done the best work that you could to lower those budgets and those other ends, which I appreciate on my end. I just think from the overall population, I think if we could get as close to just under that 4% mark, it's going to be more palatable to the community overall, even though I know that the savings might not be that huge.
I agree. I believe Mr. Ali wanted to add something to the conversation. No, not yet. Councillor McFadden, do you want to weigh in?
I'm super curious what's going on over there. So I really like where we've landed with the number of the, where is that? The 4.31. Because I don't think council's doing the right job if it's just about picking a number to get to. I don't think that's the right job, especially if the savings is like $1 a month, right? So for $12, because at the end of the day, here's the problem with pulling it out of reserves. We're still going to have to find $25, $26, $30 million to do these recreations. So for every $100,000 that we're not saving today and getting interest on, the sticker shock in the future is going to be worse. So a lot of the criticisms you hear is like, well, why didn't council plan better? So this is the opportunity to plan better when your taxes are very low. So I just want to read off the tax increase proposal or comparisons that were shared with us earlier. So City of St. Albert is 3.9. I don't know their situation. Okotoks is a comparable of ours, is at 4. Spruce Grove, a comparable of ours, 4.57. Camrose, a comparable of ours, 4.65. Airdrie, we use them for a lot of things as well, 6.6. Canmore's at 7. I don't know if anybody's got Calgary's number off the top of their head, but it's higher than that. So this is a very tight budget, even with these reserves coming into play. So I'm rejecting the philosophy of picking a number just to make it sellable. I would rather say the value that we have added to this is we've increased your services to make your parks look better. We're going to make our projects come in faster and better. And we're going to make sure that we're preserving our environment, and we're saving for those projects that you said you absolutely want to have. Because when you look at those rec projects, everybody they want ice, they want baseball, all of the things. So if we don't, every $100,000 that we don't save this budget is going to cost us more next year, the year after. And so I think it's just, with all due respect, the more strategic approach to this is to go into the savings and don't just pick a number, try to save people $12 just to make people a little bit happier with us. I think council's got part of the role is to make tough decisions. And so I would challenge you to that 4.31 is still not, is a very acceptable number. You compare it to our comparables and you compare what we're delivering on. We've seen all the comparables through the entire budget process. We're on the low end of all of our utility bills. We're on the low end of your actual tax bill. We're on the low end of what businesses pay for their assessment tax. So in no number have I seen is our Cochrane residents or businesses paying a disproportionate fare compared to any other comparable. So I get the attraction of keeping an interest rate low, but I think the most responsible thing to do is try to make some tough choices. And anything under 5 is still a very sweet spot, because remember, inflation is 2.5. So if you actually want to, and we looked at the reports and the public engagement that came in, people were willing to see their taxes go up marginally if it maintained services or slightly increased them. So I feel this budget reflects that, and I would just caution, or I would just ask my colleagues to be prepared to be a little bit of pain for the long-term win of the municipality.
Councilor McFadden, if I can just provide some comments. I think our team worked very hard based on, again, and this is the funneling of the information that we've received from council. So we worked very hard to make sure that we were in between that 4 and 5. And more specifically, we were trying to work to get to this rate, but understanding that we meet all of your objectives and also save for the future. So we felt we've done that, and that's why this is our recommendation.
Okay, I believe Mr. Lim is ready to comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So if council was considering reducing the reserve transfer to reach the 4%, it would have to be reduced by 125,000. And if council wanted to reduce the tax rate to 3.95%, the contribution to reserves would have to be reduced by $145,000.
And for clarification, so we were spending 300,000 less on wayfinding, 64 or 65,000 more in that section for the fencing for the dog parks. That difference is 135,000.
No, I think, Mr. Mayor, I think there's two different things. Those capital projects were not funded from operations; they're funded from reserves. So they're two different things. The changes in the capital has no effect on the operation side.
But we're contributing money into that very same capital account, right?
Well, correct. The reserve balance doesn't change. It's we're just focusing on the tax rate through operations.
Okay.
So two different things.
Yeah, sorry, just for further clarification, then you would be reducing potentially to the reserve recommendation here, and then also reducing again to your reserves by pulling from those reserves. So you're actually reducing your reserves twice.
Yep. Councilor McDonald?
I think we know that a reserve policy is coming in the new year, right? We're expecting that. So to me, this is our opportunity to get a head start on something that we know we're going to be enacting in the future. To quote the mayor, I feel like by drastically reducing this reserve recommendation, we're punting a hard decision down the road. It's less pain now for more pain later. And I agree with Councillor McFadden that 4.31 feels like a responsible figure in my mind, looking at the costs and the pressures that the town is facing. I stand by it, and I think it's quite a responsible number to put forward to the community. I think significantly dropping the reserves, especially in light of kind of the malcontent around the table at the current amount in our reserves, to not take some action now, we're just gonna have to make that up later. So, and truly at the average savings of $1 a month for our Cochrane households. I can't wrap my head around that.
So my thinking is we're going to be in a much stronger position when we have a very detailed plan as to what we're going to do with people's money. So the better we can demonstrate how it will be spent, I think it'll be the easier and more confident I'm going to be in communicating to the public. If council wants to do a 4.31 budget, I will definitely support it. in the spirit of getting it done, and it's not a bad budget by any means. But I think there is value in taking our time to really have a really good plan, say, look, we're gonna have this tax increase, but you are going to get this, this, and this. And this, and this is not yet sorted out. But yeah. And then to be clear, are we in agreement, or does anybody have any other ideas where to put the reserve contribution that Councillor McFadden has brought up? I think it should go straight to that rec reserve, personally. Does everybody agree with that? I see nods. Anybody see otherwise? No? Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to thank you for phrasing that up properly. That was really my intent from the beginning of the budget, was that we would establish a reserve dedicated to start building up the savings, so that when we want to buy all these recreation, it's in the bank as opposed to having to borrow. So thank you for phrasing that up properly. That was really all of my intent, was if we can roll out of this budget year with a reserve name, structure started, and we've put some money in the bank to it, and that we can then clearly talk to our neighbors and explain that the reason we've created this, because we know recreation is important to you, parks, culture, and recreation is important to you, and so we want to start saving for it. So I appreciate you doing that, and I would actually suggest maybe the name of the reserve should be Parks, Culture, and Recreation, and cover, because those are all gaps in our current funding models. So I know we've been talking about recreation, but respectfully, I'd ask my colleagues to expand that by one, because that's the report that's coming to us on Sunday.
And then a question for council: when I go out to communicate to the public about that reserve, am I in line with the will of council in saying that that money is going to be used for a rec priority, either ball diamonds or ice or a rec center or an indoor soccer pitch? Would any councillor have a problem with us saying that it'll be for one of those priorities? The community and council just need to decide which. I think, like, we've already experienced public pushback against this reserves. So if we can tell them specifically what it's for, it is going to be a lot more appreciated by the public. So I want to try and figure out if we can just get some rough consensus as to what it will be used for. So Councillor Federico?
I believe the suggestion is that there's actually going to be an arts and culture reserve separate from Parks and Rec. If I wasn't mistaken, I think in the future that they were going to divide up the two.
The chair to Councilor Federico, correct. We would split up because the purpose is different. It wouldn't be to me, arts and culture is not considered Parks and Rec. So we would definitely have a dedicated reserve for that particular function.
Perfect, thanks. So going back to Councilor McFadden's point, it would just be a Park and Rec reserve, not Park, Rec, and Culture, because Art and Culture is coming in a separate reserve.
So
Sorry, Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thank you for that. So sorry, I'm misunderstanding a little bit here. So this commitment to creating a culture reserve, which is a concept I strongly support, is that going to be part of the fiscal framework discussion in the spring?
The chair to Councilor McFadden, absolutely it will be.
Okay, so yes, in that case, as much as we've talked about recreation, we have to remember, like, the library has strong advocates. There's a lot in our community that we're more than a step back on. So I don't want to, in our discussions, I want everybody to understand that we have to balance across all of these priorities, but for this purpose, yes, you call it Parks and Recreation and say that our priorities of this are going to be driven by the report that's coming ahead, and we are most likely expecting that to be Horse Creek Sports Park playing fields, ice, go for your list. So that's my lens on it. It sounds like we're on the right theme.
Yeah, and council, if I can, I just would recommend that if that is council's desire, is that resolution is passed on the 8th with the budget, just so it's very specific. Whatever is the reserve contribution is that is specific to Parks and Rec, and then that's given us our direction.
Okay, and I just want to pause here and make sure every councillor takes the opportunity to weigh in, not just let the inertia of the conversation win out. This is an important moment, I think, in our term. We're putting $500,000 away into a special savings account. Is everybody comfortable with the idea that it's going to be for a recreation facility? And which one we'll determine later. But if you're not in line with that, now's the time to speak up. Councillor Gill.
I just had a couple comments. I really appreciate all admin has done to reduce your expenses. Do you have any other ideas in terms of cutting costs for us to consider, as well as are there any reductions admin could possibly make on their end? Not to say I really appreciate all the cutting you guys have already worked hard to produce. Just more wondering.
Yeah, Councillor Gale, the only thing that I would also say to council in this, we brought forward sort of the maintenance budget. I think that was the first part, and then we've made additions based on the feedback provided. The other thing to take into consideration here with the positions that we're adding, we are not going to be in a position to add all of those January 1st, if council. So there is going to be a period that it takes to include those. So we aren't going to be spending though the money associated with that. So again, that's some efficiency. Again, I don't want to go too far on that item, but it also reduces the impact of any proposed tax increase as well.
Okay. How I really view this whole thing is I am definitely would love to see a lower tax increase. However, I think I really see this as this isn't irresponsible spending. I think it's more of a responsible saving technique. And I think it's, like I said earlier, it's more proactive than reactive. So I am, I think, comfortable near the 4.3, especially because it's just comparing to all of our neighboring municipalities. It's on the lower end. And yeah, I really want to emphasize, though, to the public that this isn't just money being spent. It's for savings. So that's kind of where I stand on it all.
Okay. So you're comfortable with 4.3, and are you in agreement with the reserve contribution going to a future rec facility?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
So quick comment in there. Are we mentioning to the public that we're not only creating Parks and Rec funds, but we'll be creating in spring, early spring, when the next
The reserve strategy,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that's something that, yeah, absolutely we commit to, Councillor Singh, and we're happy to share that with the community as well. We're going to have a more detailed strategy that, but this is one of the first steps in that process.
So I think that should be pointed out when you say that, hey, we're doing this thing and we'll be coming up with more. So as this is my first budget decision as a member of council, I wanted to begin by recognize the hard work and dedication of our administration and my fellow councillors and mayor. The commitment to our community is evident, as my decision today is not a reflection of any doubt of their efforts. I also want to sincerely thank the residents of Cochrane who took time to complete the budget survey, attend the deliberation on November 15th, 14th, and 15th, and submit the questions online. Your engagement, your perspective, your willingness to participate in shaping our community are deeply appreciated. Your voice matters, and they play a crucial role in guiding our decisions. To be clear, I'm not advocating for a 0% tax increase. We all understand that cost rises each year, and maintaining essential services require us to keep pace with those pressures. However, with a clear long-term plan to reduce our reliance on property tax, and without a better understanding how we will manage and invest in the significant infrastructure for our growing community relies on, I wanted to see a little bit more clarity. I was thinking, like, to get that perspective that if public is putting 4.3, whatever the numbers is, yes, admin did came forward with some reductions, and I appreciate that. Is there a way that we can do like operating and capital budget differently, or can we have done differently? Like,
Sorry, Councillor
or
Singh.
is it like, I'm asking too early?
Well, what's the question you're looking for?
Like operating side, like, or what are the save measures in operating side, and what are the save measuring in capital side, or?
So just for clarity, through the chair to Councillor Singh, our operational budget is tax supported. Yeah. Okay, so that, and our capital projects are debt or reserve funded. So they're separate, so you can't commingle them, so there's a separation in terms of how those are funded. So really what we're talking about today is our tax supported budget.
We don't need vote or anything today, right? Yeah.
No, but we'd like to try and get consensus to make sure everybody knows where they're landing on the budget.
Yeah, and just for clarity, the consensus is really important for us because on Monday evening, when I come back and budget is the last item, I'll just be looking for clarity from council that there is consensus for the budget that's proposed, because when we get to December 8th, we will be looking to get that budget finalized. And we don't want to be looking at additional changes. If there are changes that you're looking for, we'll need to know those by Monday at the latest.
And so to put a fine point on it, as I've kind of been tallying everybody's opinion, it seems like the will of the council right now is that we would move forward with a 4.31% tax increase to fund everything we've discussed recently. The recent conversation with the reserve contributions that'll be set aside for recreation during our term or a future one. And so the question we have for you right now is, given that information, do you feel that you'll be comfortable in supporting this budget? And if not, what changes do you need to see in order to be comfortable supporting it?
I think the Cochrane continues to grow, and the growth comes with responsibility to think ahead about the kind of community we want to build. For our youth, for our families, for newcomers, for long-term residents, and for those who wish to age in place. Relying mainly on property tax is not a sustainable approach, and with nearly 14.2 and probably with a few more FTEs added this year, some crucial, some I believe we owe it to residents to examine where the process can be streamlined, where duplication may exist, and how departments can better coordinate to operate more efficiently. At the same time, we should be actively exploring alternate revenue sources, partnerships, economic development opportunities, and creative solutions that can support our services without placing further strain on taxpayers. Many municipalities are facing similar challenges, and we should be open to innovative approaches that respond to changing economic realities. Yes, I am in favor of supporting the reserve contribution because it's very important, and to the specific that where the money is being spent. We have lots of uncertainty coming up in future, like, geopolitical thing. So I'm not too comfortable with 4.31. That's where I stand in there. So
were you done speaking? Sorry.
yes.
So to put another question to you, because I'm trying to figure out where we're heading with the budget. When you say not comfortable with it, are you at a position where you would not be willing to support the budget? Secondary question to that, if you would not be willing to support the budget, what tax rate would you be comfortable with? And then there will be follow-up questions based on that answer.
Keeping the reserve contributions at a healthy and under 4.
Okay, all right. All right. I too was under 4. I think I heard Councillor Fedayko might have been under 4, so we have a bit more deliberating to do. Councillor Wilson?
I might be able to help you out with my thoughts to tip this balance if you like.
Please.
I made some notes before I came in, and I was just seeing if I would get swayed off them. I think I stick with what I came into this meeting with, especially because we have this excellent slide in front of us. I appreciate this whole budget experience. It's probably been the best one I've been a part of, and thank you to administration for finding a slide like that to help me out. My thoughts coming in were CPI looked to be, why is this not coming down? There we go. CPI looked to be about 2.2%. Edmonton Municipal Index looked to be about 2.6, 2.7% this year, which is a measurement of inflation within municipal governments. My takeaways from this is that I wrote down here, a diamond is forever, and so is an FTE in my experience, so I'm very loathsome to approve too many FTEs. I hope that to keep our administration lean, I propose a 2.7 increase on boots on the ground hires and a 1% increase to our capital reserves, or 3.7 total increase. I'd only vote for the 3.7 increase if 1% of it was headed for reserves. The good news is that, I guess I should finish here, I would highlight a look at our admin assistant positions proposed, as well as our internal DEI department. This would be the fifth time, my fifth budget in a row, I've argued against our DEI department. I've been told it might not be the right time to talk about it. If it is, happy to defend my thoughts on that. If it's not, I'll bring forward in a notice of motion if we have some sort of group consensus on that.
If I can just interrupt, if we're going to be talking about existing positions, I would recommend that council goes in camera.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Motion to go in closed session, or are you going to continue?
I'll finish this, and if there's a desire from the bench to go into closed session on that topic, I happily would, so.
Okay.
We'll see what the bench thinks. And then to answer the final question, which was, should that 1% I'm proposing, which is approximately where we're falling on reserves, contributions, should it be put into the newly established fund? I'm completely fine with that. I think that's a good allocation of those.
Okay.
Funds.
Kate?
And I guess to put a finer point on it, Mr. Mayor, because you were just asking what would I need, what percentage would I need to vote in favor, I think is what was just asked. I agree with what I've heard 3 times around the table, which is it just needs to come under 4 for me. So we're pretty close. I'm pretty happy with where we are.
Okay, so if it was under 4, you'd be comfortable voting in favor of it. If it was over 4, you would not? Trying to be very pointed.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
trying to resolve it now instead of December 8th.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's such a small difference that I would probably begrudgingly come with the group if that was a group consensus to stick at above 4. But I'm just beseeching us to find a way to get below 4 would be my preference.
Okay.
I'm not gonna vote against it in a protest vote over.
Okay.
0.4% if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Councillor Gale?
Just have a question. What's that one, just off the top of anyone's head, I don't know right now, what's the 1%? Or how much would that be if we came in at, just say 3.9% increase? How much would that be in our reserves? Is there?
Mr. Aleem had that number.
150,000, I think.
145.
Mr. Aleem?
The chair to Councillor Gale, if council was looking at a tax rate of 3.95%, the administration would have to find an additional $145,000 in savings to get to that tax rate.
I might suggest we just contribute $150,000 less to a reserve fund, be it our general capital or this rec fund or reserve fund we're creating, if we wanted to do that.
I need to think for a minute.
Does everybody, it's something we haven't normally done, instead of pressing through, does council just need 5 minutes just to think? Just take a quick break and you guys can think amongst yourselves and then come back? Instead of us sitting here awkwardly, everyone processes their thoughts?
I'm not sitting awkward.
Well, it's gonna, either we're just gonna drive debate. I know where I stand. I would like to just adjust the reserve contributions to get to 3.9 or 3.95 and then approve it. I would be willing to do 4.3. It seems like maybe some people need some gut check on where they stand on which of those 2 options. So I would present it as this. We have an option 1, 4.31, or we play around with our reserve contributions to get to 3.95. It's kind of an A or B choice from council.
My only advice as council's initial budget with this group is make your decision very carefully. I think it's prudent to save for the future. That's why our recommendation is the 4.3. Again, not minimizing the difference between 4.31 and just under 4, but because I understand it impacts everyone differently. But I think the best outcomes from a service level, trying to meet your objectives, is the 4.3. But I appreciate council's input. And certainly Councillor Singh made some comments about alternative revenue sources. That's something we're going to be working through with strategic planning and looking at that. But right now we're just focused on the 2026 budget. So that would be administration's position, and certainly I'd look to any of my colleagues if they had anything else to share. But happy to council to take this where you wish.
And I would also add that there's a lot of value in getting a 3.95 budget that is unanimously supported by council, as opposed to a 4.31 budget, which is a marginal difference, but is not unanimously supported. Did anybody have any comments? Do we want to take 5, or, okay, Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy to take 5. I think that's a good idea. And then also, would I be, if I wanted to discuss an in-camera personnel item, would I do that before we take 5 or after? What's the better procedural way to handle that?
Why don't we take 5, come back, you can propose an in-camera or a closed session, we can vote on it and keep all conversation about it to actually happening procedurally in the closed session, not in this little coffee break here. And that goes to the general conversation that, please everyone remember, the 5-minute break is not to have side conversations about what we want to do, but it is 5 minutes to get coffee, check your cell phone, take a breather, do whatever you do to make your decision, then we'll come back here in 5. Do we need 10? Is 5 enough?
I think you should take 10.
Let's take 10. 4:35. I'll just wait till we go live. We're live. All right. Welcome back. Hope everybody was able to refresh themselves, clear their heads, sort out their thoughts. I believe Councillor Wilson has something to say.
I was just going to propose that we do a quick in-camera session regarding a personnel matter thought that I have, and I think it would help me get to a budget number that we're seeking tonight, which is, I think, the place that we're looking to land at.
Okay.
Or at least my suggestion on a budget number.
Okay. Do we need the formal language for the motion? I mean, yeah. Do you have the formal language for your motion?
I don't have the formal language of I know we need the procedural number to go in camera on a personnel matter. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, yes. Perhaps legislative services could provide me that. I'm not sure.
We should all memorize this.
Yes, we should. Was this used already tonight, this exact?
No, we used advice from officials.
What's in my inbox now? Sorry, guys. Okay. I didn't realize. Thank you. So I've got a different email.
And for anybody watching wondering what's going on, we are just following our strict legal requirements put forth by the government of Alberta.
Thank you to the bench for that, and thank you to Ms. Robertson. She did send me this, so I would like to make a motion for council to enter closed session exception under section 29(1)D of the Access to Information Act. Advice from officials.
All right, any conversation on the motion to go into closed session? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. I'll need a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor McDonald has her light on.
I so move.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, let's get back to the brass tacks. So if I could frame the conversation, I believe there was two sort of options being discussed. Sorry, Councillor McFadden, you had your light on?
Yes, because I am me. So I know you were just gonna position this, there's kind of two discussions going on, is the 4.3 as presented, and then the desire to get under 4. And I think we've shared our various philosophies on that. So I wanted to, well, what I'd like to see, so we've got the two positions, and I support everything on here. So the two positions that we're looking to hire, we're not gonna be able to hire them January 1, right? So it's not gonna be a full budget year for there. Could we budget in the slippage? So what would be the impact if we didn't hire these positions till March or April?
Councillor McFadden, just for clarity, we have budgeted slippage already.
You did?
Yes, yes.
When are they
So
coming on
again, I
board?
don't want to double down on that, but I think, yeah, just leave it at that.
Okay. I'll leave that for now, leave the other part of the conversation to my colleagues.
Okay, so Councillor Federico?
Could we get the amount that it would look like if, rather than us picking an arbitrary $100,000 number, what 1% would look like going into reserves? So if we just took everything that's up there, but rather than making $500,000, if we just looked at adding 1%, what that number would possibly
And
look
maybe I
like?
can just look to Mr. Alim and just confirm, I believe the number for 1% is 401,000. So he can just confirm the details and provide what that exactly would be.
Mr. Alim?
Mr. Chair, to Councilor Federico, if we were to change the reserve contribution from $500,000 to $401,000, that would give us a revenue requirement for 2026 of $1,631,000, equivalent to a tax rate increase of 4.07%.
Councillor Federico, you got it?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, so I can't read everybody's minds, although I'm trying my absolute best. Haven't learned telepathy just yet. So somebody would please make a proposal for us to discuss, a motion, as it were. Councillor Federico.
I am comfortable with the 4.07%. And I just have to say, this will be my first budget probably that I voted for in a very long time. I give kudos because it's been much clearer. I found that the information request was very good. So I think that it compromises, and I appreciate, listening to all the discussion around the table, but it kind of balances out that we are increasing a proposed tax rate to the community, but I think the value that we're getting back is important and moving forward and saving for the future. So it has my support if we're looking at 4.07.
So through the chair to Councillor Federico, is that with a reduction in the reserve?
You would be looking at the 1%.
Okay.
Okay, so call it a motion. Motion for discussion is moving forwards with a 1% of our total budget contribution to this newly created recreation just recreation reserve, sorry, which would put us at a 4.07% tax increase, along with everything else we've discussed. Councillor Federico has suggested that if that's what comes forwards, she will be voting in favor of it. I would love to get all 7 of us to that same spot. Councillor McDonald.
I'll make that easy for you over here. I support that also, and what I like about it is that I compare this to my household's budget. I think we have witnessed finding efficiencies in our expenses. We have witnessed the search for new revenue opportunities, and we're gonna see that and enjoy that over the next year. And what I'm excited about is we have transparent, reasonable savings for community identified projects. So I like all 3 of those things. I would insist on all 3 of those things, and I think they're all here. So I support it.
Okay. Looking across the bench over here, Councillor McFadden.
Yes, I would also support the approach of using a 1% number into the Parks and Recreation Reserve. by a resolution or however you need to do that on budget night. And so that the percentage increase is 4 in numbers. I think that's, I mean, I've been beating the drum on the need to do reserves. Am I completely happy with this? No, but do I think it's the place to start? Back to the, you know, the best time to plant a tree was 50 years ago, and the next best time is today. So I feel this is the start to where we need to land, and I appreciate council's ongoing conversations around that. I also appreciate in our budget conversations that administration brought in what they considered to be a very lean maintenance budget, and then it was on council to see how we wanted to increase the services. So I would support, to the mayor's mind reading comfort, the 4 and change.
Okay. Councillor Gale?
Just quickly, I'm just curious, could we get the monthly and yearly cost for 4.1%? I just don't have that on this sheet, and I'm just curious. In terms of my support, I think this is better for me, and I've obviously been in support of this. I think, yeah, like mentioned, it's responsible and practical and puts money away, which I think we really need to do. So yeah, that's where I stand on that. But I'd really love to know those numbers, so.
Mr. Chair, to Councillor Gale, so at 4.07%, the monthly increase is $15.95, and the annual increase is $191.42.
Thank you.
On the average bill, of course. There, I believe, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. As I said, I came in today with a municipal inflation number of about 2.7. I did want to see this 1% sent to reserves. We've achieved that. 3.7 was my number. We're now talking about 4.1. That is close enough to 3.7 to gain my support and not require any theatrics in the voting process, and I would support where we landed at.
Okay. And sorry, Councillor Gale, did you indicate in your comments if you were in favor of this or opposed? You did. Okay, sorry, I missed it. Okay. Councillor Singh, care to weigh in?
Thank you, everyone. I think it's a good start with the money going into the reserve, 400,000. As I said previously, I'm not in favor of zero tax increase, but it's essential. We are also getting 2 new positions, capital and the risk mitigation eventually, which will help to strengthen our strategic planning in coming years and also mitigate the risk with environment and other things. And also with, as proposed with the parks, like, you know, with the mowing and stuff, I will support. And I would want to say thank you to all the people listening and all the council member and the staff for their work you have done for past number of days. So thank you.
And I would like to say, I appreciate your commitment to fiscal responsibility and for the work you've done on the budget and for agreeing to the group compromise and consensus. Thank you. And that leaves just me. I'm in favor as well. One of my biggest goals was to try and get somewhere where the entire council could be united behind the vision we're setting forwards. We are laying the framework for a lot of really important work to come over the next 4 years. The thing that I hope that the community starts taking away from this is, as has already been commented on by a number of councillors as well as administration, this is largely a no fluff budget. We started with essentially just an inflationary adjustment to our existing services, and the things that we have added on, I believe we're in line with what I heard on the campaign trail. We've added additional municipal enforcement. I heard about that at the doors. We've added additional parks maintenance. I heard that at the doors. We are getting ahead of planning for our capital projects. It was probably the largest theme of my entire campaign, which led to me being sitting here in this seat today. We're putting money away in reserves, as has been highlighted as a responsible thing to be doing, and it's going directly towards recreation facilities, which is something we all heard at the doors. And I really just think that what we're doing here is in line with what we were all elected to do. So thank you very much to administration for putting this all together and for bringing forward great options today. Thank you to council for landing on a spot where we all agree. And yeah, any final comments from anybody else? Mr. Heineman.
I just wanted to thank council on behalf of administration for the collaborative efforts. Again, this is part of the budget principles of passing the baton. We did a lot of collaboration, and certainly our process is not complete because we've got the committee of the whole on Monday, and then ultimately council's final decision on the 8th. What we will bring forward on Monday night, we'll bring forward just a little bit more information in terms of the final budget numbers. You've heard them tonight or today. I don't anticipate that they're going to be much different, but we'll give the total cost, the 3-year projection as well. And just to give you the total picture, answer any final questions, then I will be asking you the final question of, is everyone in support of this, not anticipating any changes before the 8th? And then what I'll be really excited about is getting to the 8th and hopefully getting to your support so we can begin talking strategic planning and next steps with our budget in place.
Excellent. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. The only threads left out there for me, and I don't think it'll impact the budget number, are my question about the fire rates compared to like municipalities. I'm not sure if we got that back, and that would just be great for information on Monday. And then also the fire training budget, which is a smaller item, but I'd just like to see where we are there and feel confident that our fire crew can upgrade themselves, especially medically, as they need to and see fit under the current budget.
We can certainly have answers to those questions for Monday, and any other questions that are outstanding, we'd be happy to have those because we want a complete summary that we can provide for council so there aren't any loose ends.
Thank you kindly.
Okay, excellent. And as if we timed it perfectly, we're getting out of here at 5 o'clock sharp. That is the end of our budget deliberations. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We'll see you Monday night.
See you all soon.